Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Our host, St. Vincent, will lead us in a word of prayer.
Okay, let's all be reverent. Almighty and gracious God, we once more approach thy throne, giving thanks that you have sustained our life another moment in time. And of course, we are grateful to your Son Jesus, who is indeed our advocate and our friend, the one who has granted us your grace and your mercies. So this morning, as we approach you there, Jesus, we bring each and every one before you as we're about to commence this open session of the Council of Crosq. We ask you to be with us in our deliberation and our discussions and in our decisions. Bless the chairperson, the officer in charge of the Crosq, other directors, and of course our guests who are participating with us, both here in face-to-face and online. Will you guide us, and at the end of the day, help that our decisions may be useful to enhance the quality of life and the fulfillment of the mission of the Crosq for all people, as we ask all through your precious name. Amen.
Thank you, St. Vincent. Good morning, everyone. I am Vern Emmanuel, Director, St. Lucia Bureau of Standards and Chair of the Crosq Council. I would like to welcome you to the 45th meeting of the Council of the CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality. Today, in this open session, we will explore some presentations and on the work of Crosq along with our development partners. We would like to recognize all persons joining us online, along with notable partners in the new CEO for Crosq, Mrs. Sharon May Walker, Mr. Ricardo Benvenuti, the project manager for development projects for BSI, Mr. Javier Reyes from the IDB, Mr. Sebastian Vogel from Senelac, Ms. Janice Hilaire for UNIDO, along with, I'd also like to welcome fellow directors and staff of Crosq, along with other invited guests from our host country, St. Vincent. At this time, we will move to section 2.0 on the agenda, which would be the procedural matters for the confirmation of the quorum. We note the member states in the room, being Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Barbados, we have Belize online, and Dominica, Grenada, Haiti, Montserrat, St. Kitts Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago. So we can confirm that we have a quorum. We will treat all the documents as read and recorded. We now move to section 3, which is the adoption of the agenda. Do we have any amendments to the agenda as presented? All right. No amendments to the agenda. Can someone move for the adoption of the agenda? Moved by Guyana, seconded by Suriname. Grenada? Yeah, all right. Grenada, seconded by Suriname. All right. We will now move to section 4, confirmation of the minutes of the open session. I trust all member states have a copy of those minutes and we will treat them as read. Do we have any matters arising from those minutes? No? So can we move for the adoption, the confirmation of the minutes of the open session of the 44th meeting of the council? Right, so we have a proposer in St. Kitts Nevis. Yes, seconded by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you. We now move to section 5 of this open session, which will start off at this juncture with a presentation on the performance report by the officer in charge of Crosq, Mr. Hayden Ryan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone present and everyone online. Permit me to appreciate that the protocols have already been established. And while they put this slide of my presentation up, before that, I really want to thank the members of the Crosq Secretariat. They've worked extremely hard in my short tenure of being the officer in charge. I was really able to appreciate the value of the entire Crosq team. I would like to thank them and thank Mr. Derek Omar for tutoring the team of the Crosq to the stage that they are. The incoming CEO, Mrs. Sharon May Smith-Walker, certainly has a fantastic team to work with. Now, I am going to present to you the performance report for the Crosq. Next slide, please. And I've listed the order in which the presentation will follow. First, we will speak about quality infrastructure in the green and blue economy. Then move on to QI in the built environment, QI in health, regional quality infrastructure development, the work that we've done with the Caribbean Cooperation Facility, commonly known as the CCF, and the advancements that we've made with the Caribbean Export Development Agency. We will also speak about the QI in energy and relationships that we've had with Crosq CARICOM and the CARICOM Secretariat. Caribbean Development Bank and the relationships that we've had within the 11th EDF fund project and part of the CDB funds as well. The presentation will outline that. And finally, I will give a summary of the Crosq projects and resource mobilization. Next slide, please. So item 1, quality infrastructure in the green and blue economy. Now, we had and sponsored development of the CARICOM regional standard for biodegradable products, and this, of course, is still in progress. Crosq is also developing a compost standard under a letter of agreement with the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, and that's commonly known as ICA. And we're also working with the Basel Convention Regional Center, which is known as the BCRC, on 2 hazardous chemical standards. Next slide, please. Quality infrastructure in the built environment. SEDEMA, along with the government of Norway, having published the CRCP 10 2023, and of course this is the code of practice for the construction of houses in collaboration with SEDEMA, and that was published in 2023. So Crosq now, we're collaborating with SEDEMA to promote this standard as part, well, the code of practice really, as part of the Build Safe program. And this program has 4 goals. Goal 1 is to increase the awareness of the established CARICOM code of practice. And this is amongst homeowners, amongst artisans, financial institutions, and policymakers. The second goal under this program is to increase homeowner adoption of the code. by encouraging them to hire contractors who are qualified and who have been trained in the CRCP 10. So of course, there's an advocacy for contractors to also be trained in the code of practice. The third goal would be to generate sign-ups for the construction site supervision. And this is a short course, and it provides an updated CVQ, which is based on the CRCP 10. Goal 4 is to advocate for the incorporation of the CRCP as a national requirement with government agencies and banking regulators. So under this program, safer construction practices in the Caribbean will be promoted, and that includes the use of newly developed standards and revised occupational standards that were developed under the project. Under the program, education and sensitization of homeowners and financial institutions, and incidentally policymakers as well, will be conducted. The training of artisans, the training of contractors and construction professionals would also be conducted, utilizing a short course based on the CRCP 10, as I said. And that's namely through the Caribbean Vocational Qualification Training Program. And this program is the Building Construction Site Supervision Level 3. So it's a Level 3 program on occupational standards. And this also was developed within the confines of the project. So this being rolled out in 8 regional institutions in the 4th quarter of this year. And this training of artisans in particular member states will include Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, the British Virgin Islands, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia. And they would conclude the training, I think they've concluded the training in August this year, August 2024, I believe. Perhaps that date needs to be amended, but that training is tabled. The development of the CVQ was led by Cantor, which is responsible for the development of CVQs. So the Build Safe program will be officially launched in Barbados. I think it was launched September 2024 already in Barbados. The program is funded by the government of Norway, so we really thank that support in the advancement of comprehensive disaster management, and that's commonly known as the CDM. In this CDMA participating states, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, also had a role under the Caribbean Climate Resilient Initiative, and that's the CCRI project. And the Caribbean Development Bank, and the building of the Resilient Cariform States to Disaster Risks and Climate Change Impact Project. Quite a mouthful, but again, projects which are directly related to mitigating against climate change. The financing of these projects were through the European Union, and this was under the 11th European Development Fund. The CDMA involvement, CDMA and Global Affairs Canada, the Physical and Environmental Planning Sector Subcommittee, and that's commonly known as PEPSI, not the Pepsi that we consume, but PEPSI, the committee, with the support of Global Affairs Canada. And again, we had targeted support to CDMA and the project, and it hosted a 4-part webinar series. It was quite an exciting webinar series, which just was completed in September. And it was titled Integrity and Safety in Residential Construction. Many of you may have participated in that series as well. Aimed for constructing homes for tomorrow and the role of building standards. So that was the title. The webinar series was aimed at fostering a culture of compliance and resilience to safeguard lives and livelihoods, to support long-term sustainable development, and of course to reduce the displacement using building standards, including the code of practice that I spoke of. So we had presentations, recordings, and other resource materials, and all of these are available online. So if you want to receive more information about that, you can either go to the SWGBs website, or we can offer on the chat another hot SBB website where you can get all of this information. So Crosq will continue to collaborate with SWGBs and CDB and the OECS on capacity development opportunities when they surface, especially under SWGB's Comprehensive Disaster Management PEPC program. So the PEPC is really key to Caribbean disaster risk management, and it ensures, of course, the proactive and responsive physical and environmental planning for regional vulnerabilities. Okay, the next slide, please. So just to touch a little bit on quality infrastructure in health, and this has been quite a topical area which had great discussion across all of our member states, I know, including Barbados. And first, I would like to speak about the labeling of prepackaged foods, the code commonly known as the FDCRS 5. So in line with Crosq's commitment to enhancing food safety and quality standards, the revised document, which is the FDCRS 5, was circulated to council members for review and for voting. And the document, which had clauses related to the front of package label, commonly known as FOPL, was removed as agreed in a previous council meeting. And it was distributed on August 19th this year, along with the voting form. And they had the usual voting period, which ran from August 19 to September 17th, I believe. And this allowed members ample time to review the code and to carefully make their decision. So the successful adoption of the FDCRS 5 is expected to enhance consumer protection and transparency in food labeling across CARICOM member states. So finally, we've reached a place where the modality has allowed for the adoption of the FDCRS 5. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, just to touch a little bit on the regional quality infrastructure development, you know that is key to Crosq's mandate. Within the ACP QI program, the CARICOM component of African, Caribbean, and Pacific Quality Infrastructure Program, that continued with the implementation of a few projects, and I would just list the projects which were continued. One, we had the National Non-Medical Laboratory Policy Development, and that was with ABBS, BBSQ, and BSJ. We had National Quality Awards Impact Study. We also did a QI sensitization in various schools. The development of 2 value chain standards, namely cocoa and/or coconut. The development of 2 voluntary sustainable standards in the same cocoa and coconut. The development of really modernization of metrology acts across 3 member states, SVGBS, GDBS, and BSJ. We also had the revision of national standardization strategies across BHN, GNBS, BBSQ, SKNBS, BBS, SSB, and DBOS. Accreditation support was also given through 6Cabs with the same cocoa and coconut value chain. So a detailed report on the program certainly will be provided by the UNIDO Regional Quality Infrastructure Expert that was part of the program. So you will all have sight of that detailed report when it is concluded. But certainly you could see the gains that were made through the ACP program. Crosq, PTB, Indocal, and the EU Carry Forum. Through the 11th EDF program, I just wanted to touch a little bit more on that because it really fostered valuable partnerships within Indocal and the standards body, especially for the Dominican Republic. I really want to give perhaps a round of applause for the Dominican Republic's quick, response on the table as far as standards development as a body. So of course, our usual partners with PTB, who we're very grateful to, and the EU, and we had collaborations which highlighted the importance of regional cooperation to further enhance the national and regional quality infrastructures. This ceremony was on August 15th in Barbados to close out, and it really underscored the need for continued collaboration between Crosq, the national standards bodies, and especially our international standards partners to really sustain the momentum, that we've achieved during the program. There was a TBT phase project 3. We're excited about that. Ones previously would have heard mention of the post-Cotonou. I am informed that formally now we're referring to that particular project as the TBT phase 3. And that's tabled to run for the 3 years of 2024 to 2027. So we're really looking forward to, again, this TBT Phase 3 project, where the revision of it has that start date, and the initial project start date of September 2024 wasn't met. But they had external factors that wasn't met. But in the planning stages, there is, I think, 3 million euro allocated in that project over the 3-year period, 3 million euro. And that is with PTB and Intercal, and we are tremendously grateful for that continued project in our region. Project documents were officially submitted by the EU, by PTB on the 23rd of September. So this is about to be realized, and we're really looking forward to the implementation of that project. Again, further details will be provided to you through the project coordinator for resource mobilization when she gives her presentation later on today. Next slide, please. Right, 5. A little bit on the CCF, one of the projects adopted by the EU under the Caribbean Regional Multi-Annual Indicative Program, and that was 2021 to 27. And again, the sum here that we're discussing is 8.5 million euro. So yet again, I can't stress or overemphasize the importance of having these partnerships and these relationships, because they really provide significant funds to our region, of which we are extremely appreciative. And this particular CCF facility will support the CARIFORUM Secretariat in the EU CARIFORUM political and policy dialogue. And it will also coordinate the EU Caribbean cooperation. So here you have support for both national and regional level activities. and supporting Caribbean stakeholders to advance reforms of strategic importance for the advancement of EU-Caribbean common values and priorities. Okay, next slide, please. The Caribbean Export Development Agency, CEDA. We had discussions with CEDA, and they are continuing regarding our support to the entity in the formulation and the implementation of a standards and quality certification program. And that's been given over an 18 to 24-month period. And there are two components to this program. One is capacity building workshops. We would have spoken a lot about the value of those face-to-face workshops. And two would be a technical support program. In parallel, this technical support will introduce a long-term supporting initiative for a select group of small and medium-sized enterprises. And this demonstrates a high level of export potential, for the SMEs. So any SMEs with export potential, we do have projects coming through the pipeline to really support you to develop to that level. The project start date for activities under the capacity building component is this month, I believe. Marcia is nodding. And CEDA has advertised the TOR for the capacity building component on their website, and there is a stipulated proposal submission deadline that I think has passed, which was the end of last month, yes. All right, next slide, please. Quality infrastructure in energy. We do have strengthening of the quality infrastructure for sustainable energy in the Caribbean. It's the CUSEC. And that project was officially launched in March this year. The oversight for that was led by the CARICOM Secretariat. Marcia, again, is smiling. And efforts are on the way to ensure that the sustainability of the CARICOM energy efficiency standards and labeling project will continue. A mentoring program has been established within the project, and Guyana is currently participating. I think Jamaica has agreed to be the mentor, Dr. Gooden, in that relationship. And Dr. Gooden is also smiling. But the Crosq Regional Energy Efficiency Product Database was modified to really improve its back-end processes under friendliness and, operational efficiencies, okay? We had a revision of the CREBAC, and Crosq is in discussions with the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which is the CRE, that's the acronym, regarding this revision. We have developed and shared a discussion document with CRE that outlines the standards development and the publication process for revision of the code. Next slide, please. Crosq, CARICOM, and CARIFORUM Secretariat. Now, relationships are very important, and we must not overlook the youth in our conversations. So in response to an invitation by the CARICOM Secretariat, we at Crosq made a presentation in July on the work of CARICOM and as it relates to the youth ambassadors participating in CSME attachment programs. So there is something tabled for the youth through the youth ambassadors. And following this presentation, the Secretariat sent a formal letter expressing gratitude to the informative and interactive presentations that were made at that particular session. The CSME attachment program is aimed at facilitating and sharing of best practices in the administration of CSME regimes. and development of practical skills and advocacy and knowledge, really to enhance its implementation and sustainability. Next slide, please. CDB, through the RQI 11th EDF, in terms of funds, and then part funding by CDB. The St. Kitts Bureau, Dominica and Barbados, there was a project where we benefited from strengthening of the RQI programs in our territories. It was very, very successful. It closed in December of last year. After we had an extension of 1 year as a result of, we had some global supply chain issues, but the final reporting was completed along with the submission of a completion report to the CDB by our finance manager, who is sitting also smiling as I am saying that. The 12-month Crosq BHN project in Haiti. Now, we have a capacity building for strengthening quality infrastructure in Haiti. It was approved by CDB in March this year, but due to various political and various social, economic, situations in Haiti, the project's boundary partners, including the CDB, Crosq, and the BHN, agreed that look, the environment at the time really wasn't suitable for the commencement of the project. So then it was further agreed that the situation in Haiti would be monitored with a view to reassessing the feasibility of launching the project. And they intended to have that launch, I think what was tabled was September, October this year, which is this period. Since then, the BHN, through the director, has reported that conditions are now favorable for project implementation. So we're currently awaiting communication from the CDB regarding the possibility of proceeding with the project under the CSME standby facility. So that's the update of that particular project in Haiti. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, you can go through all three, right. So just a strategic plan that we have 22 to 25. As we know, 25 is just around the corner. So here we are in 24, and in terms of our finance and resource mobilization, we are 92% complete. The QI services and solutions, we are almost 100% completed in that activity. And then the quality culture development, we are at 95%. And this data shows the average score per strategic thematic area, where the performance in respect to strategic thematic areas, including QI learning and QI growth, will be presented at the end of the implementation period of the strategic plan, which is 2025. Next, please. Okay. So projects in action. What's happening now in terms of mobilization? Again, the 11th ended recently, where we had $0.6 million for a 6-month period. We have the ACP QI program, which is US $1.4 million for 3 years, over a 3-year period. And we're negotiating the projects that I spoke on earlier. Again, not referring to the post-Cotonou as such, but more the TBT phase 3. So some of you may be wondering what's happened to the post-Cotonou. Has it dissolved? No. The formal documents refer to it as the TBT phase 3. And that is a handsome sum of $3.3 million that will be available to us over the 3-year period. The Caribbean Cooperation Facility, there's $572,000 US. And of course, this is the total budget for projects from regional institutions. Some may say that's not a lot of money, but for us it is. And that's for a 4-year period. Okay, next. So we've concluded, the summary of what we've been able to do since we last met as a council. Once again, thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you for the chairman who has given tremendous stewardship. And you will have more information on that summary as the technical officers present later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. We invite member states does anyone have any questions for Mr. Ryan on the presentation? No? All right. Thank you very much. At this point, we will move to the next agenda item, which would be the introduction of the incoming CEO for Crosq. As members would be aware, Mr. Derek Omar completed his tenure as Crosq's CEO on the 31st of July. And after a very rigorous recruitment process, Crosq is pleased to announce the appointment of Ms. Sharon May Smith-Walker as the new CEO effective the 1st of November. Ms. Walker has over 15 years of direct contribution to the development of quality infrastructure and more than 20 years of consulting experience in environmental management, accreditation, conformity assessment, food safety, and quality management systems. Her academic background includes master's degrees in environmental chemistry and a bachelor's in pure chemistry and applied chemistry from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and where she has also spent 10 years as an adjunct faculty member, and she's currently pursuing, probably recently completed, a doctorate in business administration from the University of Sutherland, UK. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Ms. Sharon May Smith-Walker to you as the incoming CEO of Crosq. Good morning, Ms. Walker.
Good morning. And on this side where I am, good afternoon, everyone. Chair Emmanuel, it is my distinct pleasure to speak to the council. This is my first council meeting as incoming CEO, and I'm absolutely delighted to have this opportunity, even though I could not be there in person. May I begin by establishing the protocols? They have been shared earlier, but I'd like to say welcome to our partners online, or international, regional, and national partners. I'd like to say good day to the Council of Crosq, the council members who are in the room and online, the members of the Secretariat who are there in St. Vincent, and those who are online, or distinguished guests, visitors, all, good day to you. I thank our chair, Emmanuel, for his kind introduction. And I'll begin by thanking Officer in Charge, Mr. Director Hayden Ryan, for his presentation just now. Thank you, Hayden, for standing in. It's been 3 years. You're holding 2 hats, 2 platforms, and I thank you for the work that you have done over these 3 months. I have had an exciting 3 months too, trying to wrap up all the different responsibilities that I have had. And this week, I wrap up my responsibilities here at the ILAC IAF. And today, this afternoon, our time, I'm in Berlin, Germany, I ended a 6-year period of service to the ILAC and IAF. And I'm very gratified for the commendations that I've received. And now my focus in another 2 weeks will be on Crosq. I am absolutely delighted. Crosq has done tremendous work over these past years. And in the last 10 years, under the leadership of Mr. Derek Amar, a significant footprint has been established. But there is so much more that needs to be done in the Caribbean to ensure that our regional quality infrastructures and our national quality infrastructures are at the place where we want them to be to support the growth and development of our economies. I recognize that we have a fabulous team, and based on the report that you heard, or if I present this afternoon, well, this morning, I'm still in the time zone, and bear with me because I've been awake for a very long time. I'm still getting over jet lag. I've not gotten there yet because I'm still working through the night as if I'm on Jamaica time. But it has been a, a phenomenal achievement that the members of the technical team and the administrative team have, through their commitment, shown that they are capable of doing the highest quality work, and we congratulate them all. We, however, recognize that the mission of Crosq to promote and to develop standards to ensure that we have a rigorous and quality infrastructure and to ensure that the competitiveness of our industries for goods and services right across the Caribbean, in every single state, that we are able to trade seamlessly, that we are able to access the markets that we need to access. And this in the context of climate change. I bring to the portfolio 20 years of experience working as an environmental consultant, not just in Jamaica, but across the region, and working in food safety, and of course, working in quality infrastructure, and particularly 10 years of service to the Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation Trading as JANAC Global Accreditation. I'm excited because the future holds significant opportunities and possibilities for Crosq to achieve the phenomenal growth and exponential growth that we all desire for our region, and not just for our region, but for individual countries. My leadership of Crosq will be based on respect and teamwork. I believe that every single person has tremendous value, and we all come with our individual expertise. And together as a team, we can pool these resources to ensure that together we are stronger. I have had the privilege of working at the regional level in the Americas, working at the international level with many international partners. This week, I began doing what I do best, making linkages not just for JANAC, but for Crosq, and looking forward to the work that we have to do in the next couple of weeks. I have begun making some of those connections that I believe will augur well for our growth in the future. I look forward to sharing with you on other occasions. I'm not going to be lengthy today because I know this is just me saying hello to you all and for you to get to know me a little bit. But when you get to know me, if you have not known me already, you know that I am a focused, target-driven worker who not only leads at the operational and visionary level, but also is very tactical on the ground with the work that she does. I look forward to bringing my expertise to bear in Crosq, in training, in environmental management, in analytical and environmental chemistry, in food chemistry, and as well in all the respective scopes and the respective standards that we have been accredited to the international agreements from JANAC's perspective. And I look forward to the engagement with our partners, to engaging with you individually in your own standards bodies, members of the council, to engage with our international partners and ensure that we create the kind of space where we can leverage the funds that you have to build the projects that we want to build in the Caribbean. A number of projects have been mentioned in the OFI's report, but there are so many more projects that are needed. We are looking, I am envisioning in the future a quality academy that can build out the quality infrastructure where we no longer have to be struggling to find technical experts throughout our countries, throughout our NSBs, throughout the ABs across the region, but that we will have them ready at hand. I look forward to the growth that we will see in exportation. I look forward to the growth that we will see in the quality of life among every citizen in the CARICOM and CARIFORUM region. And I thank you today for allowing me to share with you. And I look forward to engaging with you throughout the rest of the meeting as long as I can stay awake. And of course, onwards after the 1st of November. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity of speaking today.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. We look forward to your onboarding on the 1st of November and have a safe flight back to the region. I think we are moving from strength to strength as part of Crosq, and your words resonate properly in the context of us making that teamwork will make our dreams work. We understand where we are at as a region, and we know that we can only through collaborative efforts achieve our desires. So thank you once again. At this juncture, we move to item 6.0, which is a series of presentations from our strategic partners. We will call on, first we will introduce the British Standards Institute for a presentation from Mr. Riccardo Benvenuti, and along with a second part from Mr. Ben Headley as part of the BSI Commonwealth Standards Network.
Thank you, Vern. This is Ben Headley here. I believe we also have Riccardo on the line. Are you Riccardo?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hello, Riccardo. Riccardo, shall I kick off? And then I think the presentation's been sent through. If someone at the Crosq side has the presentation to share.
I will share it.
Okay,
Ben.
thanks, Riccardo.
1 second. Now, can you see it correctly? Ben, can you see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if others can see as well, but I can see the screen. So, hello everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll just kick off because the Commonwealth Standards Network gives a bit of a wider sort of overarching view of the work that BSI is doing with our partners in the Caribbean and more widely on international development. And then I'll hand over to Riccardo to do a more in-depth presentation on the work that's specifically happening in the Caribbean through the Standards Partnership Programme. So my name is Ben Headley. I work in the policy part of BSI, specifically international engagement. I tend to work across the Commonwealth, which is quite a wide geographical area. It includes Africa, Caribbean, South Asia, Pacific Islands, and then I work more widely also across Africa and in ASEAN regions as well. Generally, my work is from a policy perspective. We get funding from the UK government, from the aid budgets, and manage those budgets to deliver programs. And then we have wider sort of BSI engagement activities as well. So the Commonwealth Standards Network specifically was established in 2018 as a way of promoting the use of standards and more widely quality infrastructure throughout the Commonwealth, which is 56 countries, as a tool to support positive developmental outcomes. So we are all probably quite well aware of the value of using standards, and particularly of using international standards, either for quality, interoperability, safety, health, but also trade as well. And this was a big focus of this, was the trade side of things. So we were looking at how using the same, ideally regional or international standards where possible throughout the Commonwealth between different countries gives positive developmental outcomes because it reduces technical barriers to trade. So I'm not sure if people can see the screen, if that's gone. It's gone for me, Ricardo. It says auto save, no
Okay.
title.
1 second. Let me try again.
So I'll carry on. I'll just speak to it. We'll share these slides as well. But if people can't see these slides, then CSN's been it's got members throughout the Caribbean, also associations, organisations like Crosq. We get funding from the UK government. What we're looking to do is enhance trade and development. So we do activities such as develop. There we go. I think we're back. This is a different set of slides here, though, Ricardo.
I think this is Marshall.
Okay. Marcia CSN may be a bit further on this.
I think sorry, Marshall, I think you used the old version of the presentation.
No problem. I'll just carry on speaking and we'll see if the slides come up. So basically, the activities are network development and engagement, supporting Commonwealth investment, and enhancing the effectiveness of NSBs throughout the Commonwealth. So the outputs of those tend to be publications, resources, training activities, some in-country training activities, some online. The outcomes that we're looking for are a dynamic expanding group of the network of the CSN, so different countries helping each other. So where things may be useful in, say, Pacific small island developing states, they may also be useful in the Caribbean. Likewise, things that may be useful in Africa for NSBs could have transferable benefits elsewhere. Thank you. I think we've got the slides now. If we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. There we are. That's what I'm talking through now, is the outputs that we're working on, the outcomes. So what we're really looking for is helping NSBs to help their stakeholders use standards more effectively. So enhancing the use of these standards, improving the regulatory alignment that is linked to standards, enhancing Commonwealth investment, so investment between countries, enhanced because people are using similar or the same standards and systems, and ultimately looking for improved lives through trade and development, and how standards and quality infrastructure can help with that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this year there's 3 pillars to the work. One of them is general CSN engagement. I won't go into a lot of details for that, but other than to say, please try to consider the CSN as a way of sharing your messages as NSBs or as Crosq, because we have 53 different countries as members, makes it the largest grouping of countries within the ISO system. And then we also have 41 associations as members throughout the Commonwealth, and that includes organisations like the African Regional Standards Organisation. And so we work with all of those to share information. So any things that you're doing as an NSB that you would like to share with NSBs around the Commonwealth, or vice versa, this is the place for it with the engagement parts of the CSN. The next meeting, on the last slide, I'll come to it, is we've got an online meeting, annual meeting on the 16th of October at 3 p.m. UK time. So everyone's welcome to attend, and I've put the link on the later slides. So next slide, please. So one of the things we're really focusing on this phase of work is we're looking at helping Commonwealth stakeholders, helping NSBs work with their stakeholders to show some specific benefits of standards that they may not have had sight of. So the focus areas are nature investment markets, carbon management in infrastructure, and access to investment. And the biggest piece of work there is the access to investment piece. So we're looking at how standards can help foreign direct investment. So we're looking for examples from maybe companies that are working in larger economies and what they require from other countries around the world if they were to work with them, if it was, say, warehouse operators to be part of someone's business, Amazon business or something like that. What are they asking for? What standards are they asking for in their multinational companies? And so we're trying to see, we believe that this is something that happens, but we haven't seen too much evidence of that. And on the other side of this, we're working with NSBs and their stakeholders to say, try and get case studies of this. If someone wasn't using standards, or particularly international standards before, then they started using them and they gained access to investment. Or indeed, if things that we've heard through, like reducing insurance premiums because of using certain standards, any of those positive stories that we can use to support NSBs and support the overarching theme of quality infrastructure is what we're looking for there. So if anyone on this in the meeting has any examples of this or things that they would like us to look into, or use the CSN to amplify the work you're doing, or use regional experts to look into this, we do have funding to look into this, and that's something that we're doing. So we're really looking to just really enhance the understanding and profile of international standards to support investment. Okay, next slide, please. And the third impact part is really looking at impact. So I think it's something that's relevant for almost, well, all NSBs really, and other quality infrastructure institutions. Is really what we're quite good at is saying the activities. We have delivered this much training, we have this many standards within our catalogue, we've certified this many people. But the question always comes to, so what really? Like, who is better off because of that? Where are the real good examples that people are now better off, that lives have been improved through that? So there's a whole mapping research piece of work that's looking at all the studies that have been done on this, bringing them to one place, building a guidance and recommendations document for NSBs to follow if they want to speak to governments, if they want to speak to private sector, if they want to speak to civil society. And then what do they want to show? Do they want to show the environmental benefits, the financial benefits, or anything else? And this will follow a sort of roadmap that will give guidance on how to do that, how to produce case studies. And part of this work will be to actually produce these case studies as well. So again, any feedback that we have as that develops would be very welcome. Any countries, NSBs or otherwise, that would like to work on this, work with us on developing these case studies that really showcase your work, then that would be most welcome. So I'll set up some calls with people, and we'll have some discussions over that over the next few months as well. So this is really looking to increase trade and developmental outcomes through the use of standards. Okay, next slide, please. And this, we'll share these slides. I think this is the CSM meeting I mentioned is on the 16th, 3 p.m. UK time, which I believe is fairly, I think it may be sort of 9 or 10 a.m. depending on where you are in the Caribbean. And what we're looking at is going through the work program, a bit more detail on these nature investment markets, carbon management infrastructure, the investment pieces, call for suggestions for future activities, and we're talking through funding and work programs that we're going to do from April 2026 onwards. So any suggestions for specifics that anyone would like us to look into, we're starting to build that program now. Then the linkages with the Standards Partnership, which Ricardo will talk to in a second. Standards Partnership is the more focused technical assistance work. CSN does a more overarching, either regional or Commonwealth-wide work. And then some updates from membership. So I welcome any suggestions from anyone on this call. If you just contact me, my email address is there. Anything that you would like to say to the CSN as a group, then please use that opportunity. I'd be more than happy for anyone to talk about any work they're doing, any calls to action that you would like for throughout the Commonwealth beyond the Caribbean, speaking to African stakeholders or those in the Pacific. And then we've got a few people from standards development committees that hopefully are interest to you, talking about environmental management. They're looking for a co-chair. So whether CSN could support anyone that would like to be co-chair of that that SC1, speaking about the net zero standards, people that are working on that, and ISO TC 309 that I think a lot of you will be quite aware of, governance of organisations. Their chair is going to speak about some of the current work going on with that. And then briefly, we'll talk about the Commonwealth Business Forum and Commonwealth Head of Government meeting that will take place in Samoa at the end of this month, where we do have standards on the agenda for quite a few things. So we can talk about how we shape that, what you would like to be said at those meetings, and anything else that you would like to add. So on here is the direct link to join that Zoom meeting and the passcode. Feel free to share that with your colleagues or contact me if you have anything that you would like to add to the agenda at all. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time. I can take any questions now, or anyone email me. Otherwise, I'll hand straight over to Ricardo to talk about the standards partnership. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? No questions for Ben? All right, go ahead, Ricardo.
Thank you. Firstly, let me thank the Crosq Secretariat, Crosq members, our friends. I see many familiar faces, familiar name there, and also Crosq Chair and the incoming CEO. It's gonna be a pleasure to work with you in the next months. So as Ben mentioned, Standard Partnership is the twin program, UK-funded program to CSN, the Common Standard Network, is a more target technical assistant program. We started this program already in 2022, so we are now starting, well, we're now currently delivering the second phase of Standard Partnership, and the second phase also the Caribbean stream of the program. Next, again, yeah. So the funding agency is obviously the UK government, FCDO, and Department for Business and Trade. Indeed, for the second phase of the program, there are 12 countries and 12 work streams that are currently beneficiary of this program. We signed an MOU in late August of this year, and the end of the program will be in March 2025. So FCDO and the UK government secure also the funding for the Caribbean program. And next, please. And what is Standard Partnership? Most of you are already familiar with the program, but as the first phase, the idea is to use international standard and boost the use of international standards to support trade and developing economy. The idea is to do so strengthening the institution, the quality infrastructure institution in these countries, and also support the private sector. These are a focus that we receive, especially for the second phase of the program from the UK government, is to shift the focus more also on the private sector. So the structure of these 12 different programs is quite similar. So we provide policy support, capacity development for institutions, but also support to enterprise and SMEs. Next slide. The main themes, I will not go through all this slide, but basically just the main themes that are currently delivered by Standard Partnership are trade, strengthening our laboratory and accreditation, a strong focus on energy and climate change, food safety, agriculture, business environment, and health. Given that the core activities are around quality infrastructure, international standards, and the support to economic and trade growth. Next slide. So in the last few weeks with Crosq and Crosq members, and all the stakeholders, we had extensive discussion on how to shape the second phase of Standard Partnership. Firstly, given some inputs by the UK government, especially from the colleagues, the FCDO colleagues that are based in the Caribbean, that ask us to start working and give a bit more focus to Belize, especially to the private sector in Belize. That's why we divided the work plan of this phase of standard partnership of three main components. The first components will be focusing on Belize. We'll continue working with Belize on the national quality policy, which is an activity that we start already under CSN from 2018-2019. So we will support Belize, which approved the national quality policy recently in the implementation of the policy. And also, we will look into provide direct support to the private sector. So we are already a few discussions with the main stakeholders in Belize. Myself and Mike Pitt, which is the team leader, will be in Belize in the next few days. So we will travel there for the second half of this month, meeting the main stakeholders, having a launch of the program, and already engaging with the private sector and obviously with the Belize Bureau of Standards. For the second component, we will continue again another activity that we start during phase one, which is supporting Crosq member with their quality policy. The idea now is to have an approach in collaboration with Crosq to be able to reach as many members as possible. So the idea is to deliver a series of online workshop addressing the implementation of quality policy. Our understanding is that most, if not all, of the Crosq members have a draft policy. Some of them are not approved, but the idea is to start thinking and supporting all members in what the implementation of policy will look like. We all know that even if it's complicated, it's one thing is actually have a policy and approve it, but much more challenging task is actually to implement this policy. So we will provide for all Crosq members a series of online workshops that will be delivered by our team leader Mike Pitt on how actually we can support with the implementation of the policy. Really a key aspect of these activities will be to identify within all the members of key contacts within the NSBs or within the ministry, the relevant ministry, that will be able to take this over. So the capacity building of staff that are already within your organization or your ministries, that would be a really key aspect. And then finally, component 3 will focus on food safety. We will start from the work we have done extensively under CSN and the first phase of standard partnership in St. Lucia. So the idea is to continue the work we did with PIRP and HACCP standards that are currently St. Lucia standards. And we explore the opportunity with Crosq Secretariat to maybe use these standards as a regional standards. So the idea is to use what we have done previously in St. Lucia, also with SMEs and CMOS farmers in St. Lucia, and explore what are the opportunities for all Crosq members. We already start having a few discussions with our main expert, and the idea is for that our expert Anya will start delivering some online training like we did at the end of the first phase of standard partnership to continue this capacity building for all Crosq members. And then she will also deliver some in-person on the field mission in St. Lucia and in other countries to see how we can expand this work we started a few years ago. So this is in a nutshell what we are planning to do for the three components. Thanks, Marsha. Again, also, if you have any questions, we're really looking forward to start working again on the standard partnership in the Caribbean. This is my email, and we'll be really soon in touch through Crosq and the Crosq Secretariat to deliver these activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Member States, do we have any questions for the CSN and BSI team? Trinidad and Tobago?
Hi, Ricardo. Hi, good morning and good day to you and to Ben. Pleasure to see you. I wanted to ask you what flexibilities exist with the work that you're doing with Belize. I ask this not necessarily for Trinidad and Tobago, but also for the other member states. In our case, we are now at the midpoint of the implementation of the National Quality Policy. So it was approved by Cabinet in 2018. And most of it, well, like I said, we're 2018 to 2030. So we're at the midpoint. And I do believe there's a lot more work to be done in terms of the implementation aspect of the NQP. I don't know what the experience has been with other member states. One thing is to have the policy. The next thing is to execute it, and I think that's the challenge that Belize is facing. But that's not a challenge of only Belize. That's a challenge that I believe most of our member states here have. So for me, I would like to know what are those flexibilities. There's some specific components that we can speak of in terms of what you just presented that I think that would be relevant to Trinidad and Tobago. I might add that we are currently working with the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited in Trinidad, for which we have an MOU, and we're currently working on trying to improve the quality of products at the enterprise level for SMEs. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, and so that's why I'm asking what are those flexibilities, and I would really like to see if there is some that there can be some consideration for us to explore these opportunities and the challenges that we may be facing individually at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure because obviously we started this journey with you in Belize, so we're really happy to finally also travel there and dedicate one of the components to Belize. But as you say, this is a common issue for all Crosq members. That's why designing this program, we decided for the second component to keep working on national quality policy, but not in a specific country, but for all Crosq members. So what we discussed with Crosq Secretariat and obviously with Mike will be for Mike to provide a series of workshops for all the members on how to implement the policy. So Mike and I are currently doing this also in different countries in Africa where we encounter really similar challenges. So there are countries that are all different levels. There are countries that have only a draft. Some countries have an approved policy, but they all struggle with implementation. So one thing that we are working with Mike is an implementation matrix. And this is something we already started during the first phase in St. Lucia, which is a kind of a heavy work that is done after selecting some target sectors. So, and follow the value chain of the quality infrastructure for all these sectors to see from metrology, accreditation, standards, export. So where are the gaps implementing the policy for all the specific sector? But obviously this is work that cannot be done just by us. So that's why I was mentioning before, it would be really key already from the first online workshop that Mike will deliver to identify between all, amongst all the Crosq members, the key contact point that will be able to support with the implementation strategy for their own policy. So in short, yes, the idea is for all the the second component of this project will be structure supporting all Crosq members with the implementation of the policies. So yeah, so we designed this phase, this work plan, based also on the inputs we received last time we all met in Trinidad for the previous Crosq meeting. So we took on board the comments we received, and that's why we decided also to deliver the second and third component for all Crosq members. Obviously, it's challenging given geographies. That's why we will focus mostly on remote meetings and online meetings. But yet, we're aiming at supporting as many members as possible for those two components.
Chair, if I may.
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ricardo, for your response. I just wanted to add as well that it's not necessarily just the implementation, because again, in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, the policy was completed in 2018. That's pre-COVID. Now we're post-COVID, and there are a myriad of other issues that have now come to surface. We were just talking about cybersecurity yesterday. We're talking about artificial intelligence. These are now real challenges that we're facing in our current markets. So I think it's not just about the implementation. It is also about perhaps looking at the policies and to assess them, reevaluate them in terms of whether or not they're relevant to the current market state. And so I think it's not necessarily just the implementation, but some reassessment of those NQPs, perhaps those that were done prior to COVID. So I think that's one of the things that I believe we need to look at, as well as the monitoring and evaluation. I think we all fall short as it relates to monitoring and evaluation. I think that for us is critical in terms of making the case with respect to each budget cycle that the work of the Bureaus of Standards is relevant to private sector development, public sector, and the regulatory framework in general. So I think that all these things need to be thought about collectively. So it's not just about implementation. I just wanted to also make that point. But thank you very much. I'm very pleased to hear your response. Thanks.
Thank you. Definitely is something that we will look into in some of the countries during the first phase was kind of the refreshing of the policies. We know that after COVID, after the pause we had in aid and in programs, many things change in the world. So we had to kind of catch back to what changed. So definitely this is something that I will discuss with Mike as well, and will probably be able to add a session on the refreshing of policies and see, because many issues are quite common for all countries. So maybe it could be done during a session as well. Thanks. I took note of that.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? I don't see any hands online. Okay, thank you very much, Ricardo and Ben, for your presentations. At this time, we will have a presentation from Mr. Javier Reyes, who is the lead specialist, Innovation in Citizen Services Division from the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB.
Good morning to everyone. Do I share my presentation from my desktop, or is someone of you? I can share it.
Yes, go ahead, share from your desktop.
Okay. So I hope you can see it now.
Yes.
Okay. Now, many thanks for the invitation. Really appreciate to being here, and really in the 45th meeting of the Council of Crosq. First time the IDB is there. in my opinion, and this really, I thank you. I would like to thank the new appointed CEO from Crosq as well. So I would like to present today what we do as a technical assistance in good regulatory practices. As an agenda, and I will explain it properly through the whole presentation, is why we think good regulatory practices is really a good approach for development. Second, I would like to walk through with you with what we should do in good regulatory practices. Third is what are the different challenges that we nowadays we're facing not only in the implementation, in the design and so on of the good regulatory practices. And I cannot concur more with the colleague from Trinidad and Tobago, is that we're facing new challenges and we have to adjust and we have to change and we have to be very dynamic with our approaches. And then I will talk about something very specific, is the technical assistance we're planning and we're working on, and we are designing together with Crosq along with the new CEO. Why we should embrace GRP, and that is in general. GRP, a good regulatory practice, is whatever regulation a state actually issues, is from the laws, other regulations, cabinet's decisions in the case of the Caribbean, but also standards. And that is the reason why we're sitting here today. But why we believe that actually we should have good regulatory practices. And this something is not new for you, but maybe the numbers. We are certain that that is a very important factor in order for the foreign investors to invest in each specific country. Actually, from the surveys, we found out that is the third most important factor for the FDI decisions. We understand that 80% of the trade is affected today, nowadays, by non-tariff measures. Before the 90s, we used to have tariffs as a tool in order to set policies for trade. But nowadays, tariffs, because of the different treats among countries, they are not the most important tool nowadays. The tool that what we understand is very important is the non-tariff measures. Usually is the technical measures. From the studies from the bank, from the IDB, we found out that the regulatory burden in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have little information about the Caribbean. We infer that is larger than that 5% of the GDP of the total Latin American Caribbean area. That is a huge amount of money. So we work that, we hope we can lower that burden on that cost for the society and enterprises. And from other studies, we found out that public consultation, which actually is a good tool for the good regulatory practices, increases trust in the government. And we saw that in Vietnam, the 24% of the regulation was much better implemented when it was consulted with the public, with the civil society and the enterprises. And moreover, we linked already the GRP, good regulatory practice, with higher productivity in other economies. So total factor productivity increased when we have good regulations and when we have a good regulatory framework. And there you can find out what the factors actually that you find in productivity, innovation and technology. Of course, regulations have lots to do how we innovate, what we implement new technology, and how we adopt a new technology. Of course, the resource allocation is affected from regulations, and how efficient they are, of course, regulations, market competition, and then last but not least, the institutional quality. The institutional quality is how the institutions actually design, how they implement, and how they measure regulations, the implementation of the regulations. We shouldn't forget that regulations are the face of the policy of the governments of the states. So it's important to take that into account, that is the visible part of the policy are the regulations. But what do we think about? What is GRP? What is a good regulatory practice? Yeah, and we strongly believe of these 5 factors to have good regulatory practices. One is transparency. The state doesn't have anything to hide. The state doesn't do the regulations on the back of their citizens. So that is, we build trust through transparency. So that is the first factor. Transparency in whatever we do should be actually transparent to the citizens and the enterprises. The second factor we believe is important here is planning. Why planning? Is something very important for an enterprise to invest in order to invest in a country is that they can forecast somehow the future. So if we have a calendar of regulations, when we're going to issue regulations about specific matters, so then it's important that they take that into account. So we believe that each regulatory body has to issue a calendar. So has to plan ahead which regulations and when the regulations will be issued for a specific matter. So that the enterprises and the citizens take that into account for their decisions. And that is something that is nothing new for you, for Crosq. We strongly believe that there should be an impact analysis on the regulations and the decisions that actually each state are making. Each state is making, because we need to know if the regulation really benefits the society as a whole or not. That is the impact analysis. But we understand also, as well that impact analysis, regulatory impact analysis is very costly. Not only costly in money, so in the financial resources, but you have to hire someone, but institutionally, we have to allocate many resources for an institution, and they have to have the capacity in order to implement and to implement or to analyze a regulatory impact analysis. So what we believe is that we have to have tranches, so that not everything needs an impact analysis, but we have to find out which regulations, which tools need an impact analysis, and we believe on that. Public consultation is, we should grant access to the discussion of the regulations in a timely manner to the public in general, to the citizens and the enterprises. The more discussions we have, the better implementation we have as well. So public consultation is really important. And the last tool is the simplification, and it's mostly, when we think about simplification, we usually think about digitalization of the processes, digitalization of the workflows, and so on. However, simplification departs from the real meaning of the regulation analysis. So do we need the regulations? Are there other options for the regulation? If we have to put that in place, do we have the institutional capacity to enforce the regulation? That kind of questions should be taken into account when we issue a regulation, so that we simplify from the very beginning. And from the stock, the regulations that are in the stock, an analysis is really should be implemented in order to get rid of the regulations that are not current anymore, or digitalize the rest. We strongly believe that GRP is not only a governmental agenda. So it's not only that the government by itself issues the regulation, and the better regulation is issued and the better the policies are implemented. It's not only that. We believe that citizens and businesses, the enterprises and the civil society are an strategic and necessary partners for the regulatory process. So, in certain extent, that is pretty much the philosophy of all the tools that I am presented to you for discussion. But that is nothing new. We need collaboration in order to have good regulatory practice, and that is very important. Why we think Crosq and CARICOM and the Caribbean in general could benefit from in good regulatory practices. We believe that, and we have a study about it, regulations and or let's say standards, or whatever the meaning of regulation you have got, are barriers or enablers? Are they a burden or are facilitators? And then we found out that 58% of the regulations, they don't, from different countries, they don't talk to each other. They don't take into account what the other countries are doing. So that is what we call regulatory heterogeneity. So they are heterogeneous. So they don't talk, they talk different languages, different standards, and so, and if we solve that for the heterogeneity of the regulations, we believe we can improve the world markets in 143%. That is why I can share with you the studies, but that really gives us ideas that we have to work in international cooperation with GRP, and that is key, and that is part of our philosophy. Let's get to the challenges that we think we are facing regionally. First, some countries, other than others, are lagging behind in implementation of GRP or traditional GRP. The tools that I have been speaking about, RIA, public consultation, and so, those tools are in use in developed countries for the last 50 years in different degrees. OECD countries have this framework that actually the IDB has based our work on for the last 30 years, but let's say in a that is a formal framework. So we need to build institutional capacity to implement. We call it traditional GRP, but those are the tools that I showed you. Is really, that is the traditional GRP, the cycle, the evaluation, the planning, and the ex post evaluation, and so on. But we need to build capacity nowadays to new challenges. And again, back to what the colleague of Trinidad and Tobago has said before, and I asked it before, do we need to update our frameworks in order to face new challenges, artificial intelligence, innovation in general, you name it. Is yes, and we need to build that capacity in the institutions by themselves, and we have to learn from other countries how they do that. So, but going to those challenges, we put it yes, you can say about in artificial intelligence and so on, but we have other challenges that we need to address as well. So transnational data, for example, climate change, that is obvious, or the redistribution of the effects of the regulation. We should know who benefits from each specific regulation. We don't take that usually into account, but that is important. That is key as well. We believe that actually we should know when we issue a regulation who benefits more from the regulation as well. So that is something that we believe we should know. What the Inter-American Development Bank does. First, we are a bank. Of course, we provide financial support, but we provide technical assistance along with the financial support as well. We will talk about in the last slide about it. We participate and we have regional policy dialogues, and we are very grateful that that Crosq has accepted our invitation to participate actually next week in the 15th and 13th meeting of the Ibero-American Good Regulatory Practices Network, where 24 countries are invited, and we will discuss about good practices and what is the latest in the tools for the implementation of good regulatory practices. So we support these regional policy dialogues. Then we are providing lately digital platforms. We understand that digital solutions are very important nowadays in order to address certain problems. For example, how much does the implementation of a regulation actually cost? We have a digital tool that is on a platform that with certain data can give you an estimate how much is going to cost for the society and for the state each specific regulation to be issued. We are trying artificial intelligence tools as well, and we will provide them to all the countries in the digital platforms. And we work on knowledge products. We publish a lot during the year, and we hope we will have certain products for the Caribbean over the next 2 years. To the specifics, we are very grateful that we were able to partner with Crosq in the implementation of a technical assistance. We fully understand that there are many tools that are being implemented by the Crosq in the different countries, and they are definitely good tools. And we are aware of them, that is a work in progress already, and training and so on. Those documents, regional good regulatory practice work, we definitely understand the philosophy behind, and we support it fully. The regional good regulatory practice guide and national code of practice. Of course, the implementation is very difficult. Maybe some updates are necessary, but that is a discussion that is ongoing with the Crosq. What we are going to do is capacity building in GRP, is support the Crosq in the new challenges. We will find out what exactly we need to do within the Crosq's needs in order to face the new challenges. We will support the current training that actually is doing Crosq, and it's something that was brought before as a question was a monitor and evaluation, and the CEO of Crosq was very keen and the support that we work on an indicator system at least in order to measure and to evaluate how far we are, what is our progress in the implementation of the tools. And we are willing to implement, if we have those tools designed and so with the Crosq, we're willing to do a pilot experience in one specific country in which we would like to implement digital tools for the good regulatory practice, for the good regulatory process, capacity building and training. So we're very hopeful about and very exciting for the work we are going to start with the Crosq in the next years. And we think partnered together, we will have results. We don't know exactly the metrics for the results yet. I learned a little bit what BSI has in mind for the last presentation, but we have to find the milestones and the indicators that could measure the implementation of this technical assistance in the coming years. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. I am open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Javier. Member States, do we have any questions on the presentation on good regulatory practice? Trinidad and Tobago.
Javier, Jose Trejo from Trinidad and Tobago.
Jose, nice meeting you in the distance. And sorry, my English is very rough, and I hope you have understood me. Sorry about that.
No, your English is very good. Mucho
Thank
gusto y un placer.
Algún día en persona con
Claro.
ustedes. Un gusto.
Unas preguntitas, just a little question I had for you. So I think that from the regional perspective, oftentimes we are knee-jerked into developing regulations and standards. And oftentimes the assumption is that the institutions have the capability to cost.
Yep.
So when you mention about costing, it assumes that there is baseline data. And I think that is one of the, it's the Achilles heels of trying to develop systems for good regulatory practices, because regulatory impact assessments requires that you have that information. And in some countries you don't. So we need to build out the systems to collect the data and to have the appropriate indicators. And that's something we have to do at the regional level. But I do believe that, for me, that's the start, in terms of the scope of the works, this is a starting point, because we cannot assume that the data exists. Because most countries, and I don't know which of the member states in recent times has done a regulatory impact assessment for any technical regulation or any standards that were introduced. So that's just my my small little comments, and I look forward to further discussions in how we go about treating with this challenge, because I think in Latin America it may be different in the sense that the regulatory framework is different. So
Definitely.
the sistemas de calidad para la infraestructura, they have systems for legal framework for quality infrastructure, and they have separate and independent institutions. So you have an arm within the Ministry of Commerce and Industry that is dedicated to technical regulations, and perhaps they may have more capabilities in terms of how they go about introducing technical regulations. So that's the challenge that we face in the region. So.
Thank you so much for the comment and the question. And your CEO said exactly the same. So we need indicators. We need to find out what we have got first, what you have implemented, and we should depart from there. It's not that, no, we don't have a pre-assumption what you have got. We will find it together, and we will put something that is the most important part, that is feasible, implementable for you. It's not, and you have already the tools. It's not that we're going to transfer the tools that we have got. No, you have already the tools. We have to think, we will think through together how we are going to help you to implement those tools to be more cost effective, yeah, with other digital tools, but to have results. We have implemented in at least 6 countries this digital tool to measure the administrative cost for the implementation of regulations. So it's very easy to use it. We might utilize it in the Caribbean. It depends on you. It depends on actually if you are willing to implement it. But we believe that the RIA, regulatory impact analysis, has become a burden in certain countries. Because yes, we would like to do it, but we don't have the institutional capacity to do it, and we don't have the resources. So we are frozen there. So we will help there as well. It's very costly, but we have to find out how we approach the task to measure for certain the cost of the regulation or the implementation, the implementation's cost of the regulation for the society. We're working in Brazil currently in a artificial intelligence tool. We're in a pilot. I am very hopeful. Maybe we can avoid 60 or 70% of the regulatory impact analysis. That will be, at least if you have approximate, we will really be very good on that. But I am hopeful. So, but anyway, we're very excited in this partnership with Crosq. We believe we have a strong counterpart there, and we're looking forward to implement the technical assistance as soon as feasible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Javier. St. Vincent and then Trinidad and Tobago again.
I wish I will be there.
Yes, good morning and thanks for the presentation. So just some curiosity as usual. St. Vincent and Grenadines is not a member of the IDB.
Yeah.
And I'm not too certain how many of us here are members. And I recognize that there are opportunities for funding and so on, but I'm wondering therefore what might be the modality for us to benefit from the privileges that we provided, because we directly cannot access funds, so therefore you probably can give us some ideas of how best we can participate in some of the benefit that IDB has relative to these opportunities that you mentioned. Thank you.
Straightforward. That is the reason why we are partnering with the Crosq. We want all the partners of the CARICOM benefit from the technical assistance, and that will be so. I guarantee you. And the reason is because the Crosq is there, and you have really a strong institutionality there, and we believe that we are going to get results for all the partners of the CARICOM. That is our goal.
Okay, thank you, Javier. Trinidad and Tobago.
Javier, another question. You may have answered it partly with respect to the use of artificial intelligence, but what has been the experience in terms of the expediency and the effectiveness of costing? So how long does it take? Do you know if there is some studies to show how long does it take to actually cost? I mean, it's again, it assumes that you have the capabilities to do it. There's a tight regulatory framework that you're working with. So I wanted to
Yeah.
understand what's the speed in terms of which you can cost regulation.
Yeah, we will have to divide the regulatory costs in two. Yeah, first the administrative costs of the regulatory process, which actually is mostly what we believe is within the state and in part with the enterprises or the citizens. But it's not all the cost. That is what we call administrative cost. It's mostly time. It's time from the citizens, time from enterprises to comply with the regulation. But there are substantive costs, and those are very difficult to measure. The administrative costs, we can have results if we have the basic data within weeks for the administrative costs, because you have already all the information within the institutions, and we have to find out other information outside, but it's very little. Are economic parameters, because we utilize the standard cost model, what actually was brought from the Netherlands. So that tool, but gives you broader idea. It's not you cannot rely to make a decision about the implementation of a regulation, but you can have an idea how much would it cost implementation for the state of this regulation specifically. The substantive cost, that is where we are approaching the artificial intelligence tool, and that is the difficult. We don't know yet. I hope we have a friend. We have been working in the last 3 months with Brazil, and we hope we will have results 1 month in November, to discuss how good was our approach. We will have an international workshop in Brasilia. We will invite there different universities, and we will present what we have done with the tool, and they will tell us if it's good enough to implement in other countries, the methodology. I'm very hopeful, but we have been working hard for the last 4 months in Brazil in order to get there. So that is the time frames. And we should have an approach for the Caribbean, and maybe for the next semester we will have an idea if the tool is useful or not for you guys. Very simple.
All right. Thank you, Javier. We look forward to developing those monitoring and evaluation modalities.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and through you, thank you, all of you there, and I wish the
we
best.
have one more question. Jamaica?
Come on. I was thinking already. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate the questions, definitely, because that means that there is interest, and you haven't been sleeping when I was talking.
Go ahead, Jamaica.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I should report that Jamaica has started to implement a technical regulation regime. We're currently doing at least 2 regulatory impact studies, partnering with the University of Technology to do the research and help us with this. The question that I have for you, though, is that you shared 5 important pillars in establishing an effective and useful technical regulation regime. So of the 5, in your experience, which has been the most difficult to implement?
Yeah. Public consultation, I would say, is the most difficult because depends on usually on the institution that actually the requirements of the institutions about the consultations. There's usually no framework for consultations, and I guess that is a policy matter for certain institutions if they don't want or not consult to others. The regulatory impact analysis, you are doing right. You are outsourcing it because that is the way to go. You don't need to build a capacity to do the regulatory impact analysis. You have to build a capacity to read them and to give an appropriate analysis of the RIA. And that is what we support. It's not to have the capacity to do RIAs. We should understand what the RIA is and give an opinion about it, if it's correct or not. But the consultation is usually when you open up and you discuss that. Usually in other countries, they do consultations on RIAs. And that is difficult because RIA is a very technical tool. So it depends on the countries and the institutionality, but the public consultation have been very tricky to implement in other countries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members in the audience? No? All right. Well, thank you very much, Javier, for...
I must thank you, and through you, Chairman, to all the participants of the meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we will take a 15-minute break, and we will reconvene, well, a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 11:30.
Recording stopped.
Okay, good morning once again. Good morning. As we reconvene, we will take a presentation from Senelec, Mr. Sebastian Vogel, who is the project manager of the RDT collaboration for policy and external affairs.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Uh, dear Chair, Director, incoming Director as well, dear national standardization bodies. Um, thanks everyone for having us today. We're here to, thank you, to quickly recap on the workshop that we had yesterday. We as ETSI, CEN and CENILEC, the three European standardization organizations. And the workshop yesterday was conducted in framework of the Indico Global Project, which is an EU initiative. And the mission of this workshop yesterday was to have a collaborative exchange between the European and the CARICOM standards organizations. So I would just quickly present in like 5 slides what we discussed yesterday. And then my colleague would go more into the details of where we could go next from this. So as a recap, we are CEN, CENILEC, and ETSI. That's the 3 European standardization organizations. CEN and CENILEC have very close relationships to ISO and IEC, which are also like formalized in specific agreements. Our members are the national standards bodies of the European countries as well as the EFTA countries. Yes, for ETSI, the story is a bit different. Their membership model is mainly industry-driven, but of course also the national standards bodies. So it's a more open framework for membership in that regard. We discussed a lot about public-private partnerships yesterday. So here, the main conclusions from the workshop were that the ESOs in Europe, we are private bodies. This is very important to underline. We mainly develop standards that are driven by our stakeholders. That means by the national standards bodies or by the stakeholders of ETSI directly. However, we have a cooperation with the European Commission, which happens in the frameworks mainly of the high-level forum, as well as the multi-stakeholder platform, which are 2 platforms, one for general standardization and the other one more specifically on ICT standardization. And they develop plans called the Annual Union Work Program, as well as the ICT Rolling Plan.
Recording in progress.
Great. These programs are developed in cooperation between the member states, European member states, as well as the ESOs, as well as other stakeholders in those fora. And they eventually facilitate, or they are the framework for private as well as publicly funded standardization activities. So most of the standards in Europe are member-driven. They are not linked to legislative acts. However, as we discussed yesterday, there is an increasing number of something that we call harmonized European standards. And here the word harmonized stands for harmonized with European legislation. So these standards are developed by one of the three legally recognized European standards organizations, so CENELEC or ETSI, or also together. And they are created following a request by the European Commission. So what these standards do is that they allow manufacturers, economic operators, or conformity assessment bodies to use them to demonstrate that products, services, or processes comply with the relevant EU legislation. So they provide something that we call the presumption of conformity with European law. One important aspect to consider there is these standards must be cited in the official journal of the European Union, so they are part of the European law. This is a long list of legislative acts that already have relevant European standards. It reaches from accessibility, chemicals, services, sustainability, energy efficiency we discussed a bit yesterday as well. But there's the full list linked here. All of these are links and you can click on them when we will share the presentation afterwards. Then, of course, there are emerging topics, and this is going more and more into the domain of ICT. And here we put them next to each other. So there's on the one side those emerging topics that are developed from this public-private partnership. So standardization activities that correspond to legal acts. For instance, the Cyber Resilience Act, which was also a hot topic yesterday, where CENELEC and ETSI are active in standardization. We have the Artificial Intelligence Act, we have Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, and also the Data Act, which are all very big topics and will have an implication for global stakeholders as well. Some other topics that are more stakeholder-driven and less from the public domain are blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, hyperloop systems. We have quantum technologies, which was also discussed yesterday to some extent. And then finally, last but not least, 5G and 6G networks, of course. So this was, in a nutshell, what we discussed yesterday. And now the question is like, how do we move on from this discussion? And here I would give over the word to Ultan.
Thank you. Okay, so again, to summarize some of the discussions we had yesterday, we looked at opportunities for policy cooperation and outreach. They are maybe slightly different from the side of CEN and CENELEC and ETSI because we already have a memorandum of understanding between Crosq and CEN-CENELEC. As we found out yesterday, that was signed back in 2019. Then COVID intervened, disrupted a lot of plans. So now it's time to reconsider that, reconsider what everybody wants out of that memorandum of understanding, and start to populate it with whatever actions and activities we want to do together. So that allows certain, already allows certain access to Crosq members, allows access to the EN database for standards, allows you to do review of those standards. It allows you to license some standards activities from CEN and CENELEC, and I think there's a need to perform an extra copyright agreement or whatever in the case where you wish to redistribute. There is also the opportunity for Crosq members, the individual national standards bodies in Crosq, to become companion standards bodies, which is a specific status that CEN and CENELEC has. So these are the opportunities that are there for you. On the ETSI side, as individual national standards bodies, you can actually become members of ETSI. You can also partner with ETSI, either Crosq or individual national standards bodies, at different levels of cooperation, in terms of cooperation agreement, memorandum of understanding, letter of intent. We have a specific framework for that. I'll not go through it here in detail. And independent of whatever level of cooperation you might or might not choose to have, there is the opportunity that you might wish to endorse ETSI standards and thereby redistribute them as, for example, your national standards. In that case, then you'd need an agreement from us, which we are very happy to make, to allow you to redistribute our standards. And we looked at the type of topics that we might have in interest. We also looked at perhaps the mechanisms that we might use to continue this dialogue. So on the topics, I mean, they were similar to what we had just presented just now. I mean, cyber resilience was a hot topic. Climate resilient, of course, with the news everybody's watching. Energy efficiency, smart grids, in particular if you have to rebuild your grids regularly because of lack of climate resilience. General digital transformation of government services, of industry, and accessibility to people with all levels of abilities. When you do put in place a digital transformation program, this is something which is on everybody's agenda. They implement it to a greater or lesser extent, but it's there. It's not simply something for Europe or North America. Sustainable development, of course, and we saw yesterday there was quite a number of resources already available for education about standardization. And you don't need any agreement with us to use those resources. You simply take them from our websites. They're intended to be used. Take them if you're working with universities or teaching institutions, you know, give them access to this information as well. Let them integrate that, the slide sets and the information that we have into their coursework as they need. I will show you the suggested framework that we had talked about. Here we are. So again, opportunities to continue our dialogue include, well, continuing the dialogue, to have some form of regular exchange on topics like policy development or regulatory practices or whatever. Also, a topic raised yesterday was the means of developing standards, digitizing the standards development process, which is already taking place at ISO and IEC, and maybe you're already aware of that, maybe not directly involved in it, but you're aware of it if you're active at ISO level. What can we do, what can you do to increase the uptake of standards, especially in the private sector? That, you know, standards are not just regulatory documents. In fact, in Europe, as you've seen from Sebastian, they are primarily voluntary private sector activities for standardization. And even the regulatory standards that we have in Europe are also 100% voluntary, because you don't have to apply them if you can demonstrate an alternative means of complying with the regulation. That's usually very expensive and not very interesting, but actually it's possible. So even the regulatory standards in Europe are voluntary. We talked about making information available, so an online portal. Perhaps that's best to be done through Crosq, because then you already have access to this, and it means basically we need to feed you with the information that's available, but that's something that can be discussed. There's an opportunity maybe for joint workshop study visits. We talked about the potential funding available through Indigo Global, but also the European Commission frameworks, which in fact were presented this morning. So that also presents further opportunities. So these are all topics, suggestions that I think you need to discuss and assess, each of you. So in terms of next steps, I mean, it was quite clear yesterday that Crosq and the Council needs to take the time to digest the material that we have delivered. You need to take the time to discuss, you know, the opportunities that present, and that's fine. That's exactly, in fact, is more than we could have hoped for, and let us assist you in that in any which way we can. So you can work through that information and then decide on the level of cooperation that you want, the level of information you want, if and how to further develop the CEN-CENELEC Memorandum of Understanding, and whether or not and why, again, to develop a similar Memorandum of Understanding with ETSI, which we'd be very willing to undertake. But of course, on your side, you do need to understand, you know, why you're doing this and what outcomes to expect. Because that, I think, was also a key point yesterday. Your resources are limited. You can't just jump into these memorandum of understanding and agreements and whatnot. You need to know what can you get out of this, you know, and what effort do you have to put in to get something out. So you need to have that discussion and evaluation amongst each other, and I wish you luck with that. So once again, thank you very much on behalf of CEN-CENELEC and ETSI and the Indigo project for having taken the time to allow us to have this workshop yesterday. and to have this summary up this morning, and indeed to invite us to your open council meeting this morning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Member States, any questions for our presenters from Sensenelec and Etsy? Anyone online? Any questions from? No? Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Dime, que yo estoy en una reunión.
Ale.
Óyeme, pero ven acá, mi cielo, pero la tarjeta te la devolvieron.
Por favor. Okay, at this point we will have a presentation from UNIDO, Ms. Janice Hiller, Regional Quality Infrastructure Expert.
Good morning. My presentation will be on the status of the Caribbean component of the ACPQI program that is being implemented by UNIDO in partnership with Crosq. Okay, so the presentation outline would be just looking briefly at the project context and then going into the implementation status of the different components of the program, the Caribbean aspect that is, and then just looking at assumptions and challenges that we've made, or we have the assumptions that we've made or challenges that we may be facing which may affect timelines. So for those who've not yet been introduced to the Caribbean component of the ACP program. The ACP program is or forms part of a broader program called the ACP Business Friendly Program. That program is funded by the European Union and the OACP and is being implemented by UNIDO. It started in 2019 and is expected to finish in December 2025. So the ACPQI program is part of that. It started in January 2022 and it is scheduled to end in 2025. It has a project budget of 7.35 million and it is being implemented in 3 regions in Africa, in the Pacific and the Caribbean. So my purpose here today is to tell you about the Caribbean component. In the Caribbean, Crosq represents the beneficiary member states, but Crosq is also functioning in some regard as a partner. And so for that reason, I am immersed at Crosq and housed by Crosq. So I have a physical desk at Crosq to build and foster a close relationship with the technical officers as well as for ease of implementing. So the objective is to support quality and regulatory infrastructure improvements in ACP countries, enhance value chain, specific QI services, and promote a quality culture. The expected outcome is to enhance quality infrastructure and regulatory climate that supports and enhances the ability of firms to compete, grow, and prosper in domestic, regional, and international markets. The program has 3 broad output areas. The first deals with regulatory and governance issues as it relates to quality infrastructure. The second is value chains, and the third is quality culture, where we try to build and establish a quality culture in the region. If we look at this slide shows the Caribbean component in a nutshell. These are all the activities that will be executed or should be executed before the end of the program. We have output 1 and output 2 shows you the value chains, the 2 value chains that are under consideration, which are cocoa and coconut. And the activities that are highlighted or in bold, I should say the activities that are bolded are those activities which have already commenced, whether it be drafting a TOR or actually executing the activity and managing consultancies. So this slide is supposed to show some aspect of the project looks at the regional infrastructure. So one example would be developing or revising the regional quality policy. So this slide focuses on those initiatives that are targeted directly at the member states and which member states are benefiting from them. So under the results area 1 or output 1, we have the national non-medical laboratory policy in bold because it's just started. And the 3 countries that are benefiting are Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, and Jamaica. We have the national standard strategies, and the countries that are benefiting are Haiti, Guyana, Bahamas, St. Kitts and Nevis, Belize, Suriname, and Dominica. And then we are also establishing and modernizing national metrology acts, and the countries that are benefiting are St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Jamaica. We also have activities started in Output 2, where member states are benefiting at the national level, and that would be accreditation support to conformity assessment bodies. And the member states who will be benefiting directly are Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, and Jamaica. As it relates to the certification of public and private agencies, while we are in the process of negotiating with a consultant, we've selected a consultant, so we've not yet advanced to the selection stage, so we don't know yet which member states would be benefiting directly. Okay, so if we look at the status of implementation, in the coordination section, which would be overall administration, we had a technical steering committee meeting in April 2024 in Brussels, where all partner institutions were represented. So that would be the OACP, the European Union, UNIDO itself, the team at the headquarters, as well as the various project teams from Africa, Pacific, and Caribbean, and the beneficiary representatives. So that would have been ASO for Africa, Crosq for CARICOM. And I should say that when we talk about the Caribbean component, we're speaking also not just of CARICOM, but of the Dominican Republic as well. But they're starting a little later than everybody else. They're just having their concept note developed so that they can determine what it is that they're going to be doing. And a representative from the Pacific was there. So what has changed? We experienced some delays, and so our work plan had to be revised. Also, we are looking, because the project itself started late, we also had to revise based on a request for extension of the project that we have put in. And that will be a no-cost extension where we would want to finish in December 2026. So we have a revision based on that. We also recruited a project assistant, sorry. Our last project assistant left in July. That was communicated to Crosq. She has taken up a position with another agency. And so we recruited a new assistant actually at the beginning of this week. So in this area, our next step would be to onboard the project assistant. When I get back, that would be one of my main tasks. When I get back to Barbados, that is. So under output 1, what have we done? As it relates to the National Laboratory Policy, we have already completed the inception stage. So we have received a report from the consultant elaborating on the way forward, the methodology that will be used, the timelines for completion. We are now in the process of organizing stakeholder sensitization activities in the member states that are benefiting. So within the next couple of weeks, we should be starting that. In some countries, we also have to meet with key ministries who are responsible for overseeing that type of activity. Because although the national laboratory policy for this activity is being driven by our collaborating partners in member states who are the national standards bureaus, the lab policy is a national document that involves several institutions. For the national standard strategies, that was recently started, and we are just going through the inception stage. Developing national metrology acts, the research is ongoing, and the research for that I have found is extremely extensive. Because of the nature of the documents, the metrology acts and the legal documents, it's taking more time than anticipated. The value chain, the voluntary sustainability standards development for the value chains, that is now in the research stage. So the inception phase was completed, we got a report, we're fine with that. The consultant is now moving on to conduct research. And what she's expected to do is to look at the 2 value chains based on what is applicable to the region in terms of voluntary sustainability standards. And her research will make recommendations for the development of 2 specific voluntary sustainability standards. She will provide justification, and that will be validated by the TMC, who will indicate whether they agree with the 2 standards, and we will move forward based on the regional standards development process. So the next steps for this output is to manage the ongoing consultancies, which are national lab policies, national standard strategies, and complete the research phase of the metrology acts. What also has to be done in terms of new activities before the end of the year is that we would need to start drafting the TORs for the Code of Practice, Good Regulatory Practice. 3 member states are expected to benefit from that, and to draft the Standards Development Platform, TOR, because Crosq in the inception stage of this program indicated that it wanted to adopt a digital process that's not paper-based for the standards development process. So that will be done. We're hoping to create a platform for Crosq which can be developed further as their needs change or their scope expands. As it relates to output 2, we've just started the development of value chain standards. I think we had the inception meeting with the consultant last week. So he is now developing the inception report. He's expected to do research to look at the 2 standards based on work that Crosq has already been doing, based on market demands and trends that are happening in member states, on the 2 most suitable or relevant standards that should be developed. Once more, the TMC will validate based on the justification that is given, and they will indicate whether they are okay to move forward with those 2 standards. We've started the accreditation of the conformity assessment bodies. 6 conformity assessment bodies will receive assistance. 2 of them will be taken to full accreditation. We've notified the CABs that will receive the assistance. Crosq had completed a pre-selection process, and the consultant has now taken over and is doing the rest of the work. So we will be issuing commitment letters so that we could move forward together. The certification of public and private sector agencies, 2 organizations or 2 entities will be certified or will receive certification, but we've not reached that stage yet. We're still negotiating with the expert. So we are not, as I said, we don't know which 2 member states will benefit us yet. The accreditation support to metrology labs, that is in the drafting stage. I'm working with the technical officer for accreditation and the technical officer for metrology, and we are currently drafting these terms of reference, which will be sent for validation to Mr. Ryan within the next week or so. So the next step in this output area is to manage ongoing consultancies, which will include the value chains, standards development consultancy, the gap analysis of the cabs. The consultants will start doing the gap analysis for those cabs to determine what support the cabs need, and of course to facilitate the contracting of the consultants to start the certification activity. Output 3 is related to quality promotions. We quite advanced in the QI sensitization for schools. The consultant was expected to go in to develop a strategy that any member state can utilize when it is ready for outreach to educational institutions, and that would be both secondary and tertiary institutions. She's also expected to provide training to these institutions, but to make it more sustainable, so that when the program steps back, the outreach would be ongoing and it will not fizzle out. We are also training MIC officers, and for those of you who don't know, MIC is a committee that is run at the Crosq level with member states. It stands for Marketing, Information, Knowledge, and Education. And so my committee members and any technical officers at the bureaus who are interested can be trained in going out to schools and delivering that outreach, because just in case the MIC officer may need some type of support, the technical officers would be there to give that type of support. So I think training is scheduled for sometime next week. The material is being developed, the training material, and 3 member states have been selected for piloting. 3 member states will be piloting. They will have a more customized strategy and plan to go out and start frequent and active dialogues with educational institutions. So hoping to foster that kind of QI awareness, sensitization, and culture from a very early stage. Strengthening of the MIC committee, that looks at how MIC committee members can be trained and given the resources in terms of knowledge and know-how to conduct digital campaigns. So that activity is going to be very involved. There are several components in terms of different tools, animation, and different things that they need to learn in order to conduct those these online programs. So that TOR is in the process of being validated. It was submitted to Mr. Ryan. He gave feedback. We've worked on it. We've had another round of revisions, and that should be sent to him within the next week or so. Metrology sensitization of consumer associations, that is in the drafting stage. The technical officer for metrology and myself, we've met. We've drafted a TOR based on guidance that was given by the technical officer for quality promotions, who've just left, and the new technical officer for quality promotions. We have had some guidelines, and we've drafted terms of reference to reflect that. So the next step would be the management of ongoing consultancies to include training of MIC committee and educators in QI sensitization in schools, mentoring of 2 member states for the National Quality Awards. And I should go back and say that for the impact study for the, oh, I see I left that activity out. So yes, so one of the activities in that area is the conducting a feasibility study for National Quality Awards, but really it's an impact study. So the consultant has done that. She's come in, she did her inception report outlining what she intended to do. She conducted the research, and she's done the impact study. So the impact study, it informs on whether there is merit in the National Quality Awards, because it's a big thing in member states, but it's also very expensive. So is the value added more than the resources that you're putting in? And it shows that yes, it is. So I can share that document if anybody who is interested. But the next step now is that she's going to mentor 2 countries who are approaching their cycle for executing National Quality Awards. She is going to go through the applications with them and give advice. And then she's also going to mentor in terms of the process, what has to happen. So I put the cart before the horse, so now I'm saying, so her next step is to mentor, because she's done all those other steps, right? And of course, we have to finalize and validate the TORs that are in draft for this component. So just to summarize, because I gave a lot of information at a very micro level, so just to take a step back and look at it at a broader perspective, we are saying that we have ongoing interventions. We have 8 ongoing interventions. We are developing national metrology acts. We are developing national laboratory policies. We are developing national standardization strategies. We are developing voluntary sustainability standards. We are giving support to conformity assessment bodies for accreditation. We are developing value chain standards, and we are conducting QI sensitizations in schools, as well as the impact study for the National Quality Awards. We are currently negotiating with one expert to commence the certification of public and private sector agencies. We have 3 TORs in the pipeline that are either being drafted or in validation stage, and that would be strengthening of MIC, metrology sensitization of consumer associations, and accreditation support to metrology labs. And then we have 2 new TORs which should be drafted before the end of the year, and that will look at the development of the standards development platform, as well as the good regulatory practice, code of practice for member states. One of the strategies that the program uses is cooperation activities to foster South-South cooperation between the 3 implementing regions. The bottom part of this slide looks at the potential activities that will come about later on, but upcoming activities. At our last presentation, we spoke about, which is the second activity, the PIF study tour to the Caribbean region. We were originally planning to do this to coincide with this council, but because of some the issues that the Pacific had, they were not ready. So that will be done in 2025. More immediate is that they are looking to develop a framework for regional standards development and approval, and they are looking to get Crosq support in terms of the process that the region uses for harmonization and approval. So that support, we are hoping, would come from the level of the TMC and the technical officer for standards development, assumptions and challenges. So the only assumption that I have there is that consultants, both national and international, are available and have the competence to execute consultancies as planned. And why? Because at the beginning of this program, Crosq indicated that it would have preferred if we work with consultants that it has a relationship with, because they would have already known how the consultants work, have a relationship, they understand the regional process. In some cases, we are finding that either we don't have enough consultants in that area, or they are not exactly they don't exactly have the specific skills. They may have skills in other areas, but not exactly what we want to do. So we have been, that has caused a little issue in terms of time, because the time it takes to go back and look for somebody that we had not anticipated, because we assumed that the consultants in the database that we developed in collaboration with Crosq, those persons would work out. As it relates to challenges, the biggest challenge is the bottlenecks. We have about 8 interventions that are ongoing now. I'm currently managing 12 consultants, and it has become a little, because we had a delay until we didn't have that delay anymore, and everything just started happening at once. So I'm trying to manage in a measured way how we implement so that we don't have any issues. And of course, that issue was compounded because between July and now, we did not have a project assistant to do some of the things. So I was also the chief cook and bottle washer. Being a little boastful, still managing, I might say, but I'm happy that she's on board now. And that is my presentation. So, any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hille. Member States, any questions on the UNIDO presentation? All right. Thank you. At this stage, before we break for lunch, and lunch will be from 12:30 to 1:30, we have a tribute and recognition for Mr. Fuljan Senpri for his distinguished service to the region. Mr. Senpri was the longest serving technical officer for standards at Crosq. And at this juncture, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Heather Wilson, who's been the longest Crosq employee, to give a tribute to Mr. Senpri.
Up to you. Up to you.
Thank you. Yes, please. I'm ready. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. It's a delight to join you today as a proud member of Crosq family. While we gather here, let's take some time to celebrate the remarkable career and contributions of our dear friend and colleague, Mr. Fuljan Senpri. Mr. Senpri, our technical officer of standards, as he embarks on a well-deserved retirement, we have chosen this auspicious occasion to honor his legacy and express our gratitude for his invaluable service to Crosq and the wider region and international community. Ambassador, a consummate professional with passion for politics, carnival, and family, are all accurate descriptions of Fuljan Senpri. But the descriptor which I want to focus on is a pillar in his own rights of regional infrastructure, and more specifically standards. Known for his affable nature and sharp wit, Fulgence was a natural leader who was always up for a good debate. He was often long-winded and always had to have the last word, but his charisma, knowledge, and love of life contributed perfectly to create a truly captivating personality. Fuljan Senpri, not Senpri, as he was affectionately called, joined Crosq in 2009. He hailed from the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards as a technical officer for standards and quality, a role he filled with distinction until his retirement in 2024. Senpri was more than just a colleague. He was a cherished friend, known for his infectious enthusiasm and unwavering commitment to his work. He was a beacon of dedication and a master of his craft who consistently raised the bar for excellence within the organization. His passion for standards development was evident in every project he undertook. At the time of his retirement, he was the longest serving technical officer in the organization's history and a repository of institutional knowledge. We often joke that SIMPRI's computer was his brain, and he seldom took notes but remembered every discussion he participated in during meetings. SIMPRI traveled the world to participate in standards development activities and was committed to staying informed about the latest developments in the standard world, including but not limited to TBT issues and best practices. His adaptability in the rapidly changing environment demonstrated his acumen in the areas of expertise, which enabled him to play a significant role in supporting Crosq's overall work program and its work in developing standards. His unwavering commitment and diligent efforts are clearly reflected in his contribution to the various initiatives, including the Regional Energy Efficiency Building Code, Energy Efficiency Labeling Standards for refrigerating appliances, air conditioners and lighting, and the Tourism Health Program. Under his leadership, over 70 standards across diverse sectors were successfully developed. Fulgence, like I mentioned in my opening statement, was undoubtedly a leader, and lead he did, but be it with his mouth or his actions. Fulgence was well respected at the regional level by his TMC colleagues, who maintained close relationships with him. He was a seasoned veteran at Coated, known for his expertise and vast experience in knowledge of standards. His insights were sought after like a rare commodity, and his ability to foster positive relationships with stakeholders proved invaluable to Crosq. He was nicknamed the ambassador by his Crosq colleagues because of his knack for diplomacy. He led the Kitchen Council, a sometimes daily gathering of Crosq staff during lunch periods to discuss any trending topics, argue about news and current affairs, or bonded over cultural experiences. At the Kitchen Council, he was given the honor and accolade that was merely self-appointed of sitting at the head of the table to preside over discussions. At these meetings of the minds, he was not afraid to voice his opinion, even if they were just that, his opinions. Fulgence's colleagues regarded him as a valued member of their professional family. As one colleague recalled, their first encounter in 2008 at a training session in Trinidad and Tobago was marked by Fulgence's infectious enthusiasm. Even then, while working at St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, he was a vibrant presence, often taking the initiative to organize and facilitate informal group activities. Their paths crossed again when Fulgence became a member of the TMC. His dedication to his work was truly infectious. While at SLBS or Crosq, Fulgence was never afraid to roll up his sleeves and get the job done. As the technical officer for standards and chair of the TMC respectively, they collaborated on improving the committee's efficiency and effectiveness. Fulgence was always on the lookout for ways to enhance the performance of both TMC and Crosq in the region. There are so many more stories that if I had to go into individual tidbits and recollections, it would take all of today's council meeting and more. Beyond the technical, the lighter side of Fulgence. Fulgence, the ambassador, possessed a remarkable ability to find humor and irony even in the most serious of topics. His keen interest in politics led him to closely follow parliamentary debates, attend political meetings near and far, and stay informed about the pressing issues facing St. Lucia and Barbados, his two primary residences. His passion for soca music, particularly party monarch sounds, and social commentary with the occasional dennery or bashment segment thrown in, was evident in his enthusiasm for crop-over events and the vibrant carnival culture. He would return to St. Lucia during each carnival to enjoy the season and spend time with his loved ones. His ability to identify music from a distance showcased his deep appreciation for the genre. To honor Fulgent Simpri's contribution and celebrate his accomplishments, we invite you to join a visual journey through his time at Crosq. This slideshow will showcase some of the most memorable moments and ambassadorship. As we watch, we will be listening to the timeless melody of Forever Young by Rod Stewart. This song was carefully selected to capture the spirit of Fulgent's enthusiasm, passion, and dedication to reflect the deep appreciation we hold for him.
May the good Lord be with you.
Beyond his professional accomplishments, Fulgence was a devoted family man whose adoration for his loved ones shone as brightly as his dedication to his career. He often spoke with pride about his children and grandson, with tidbits about his wife, a testament to his love and affection for them. And he would travel to St. Lucia often to spend weekends, holidays, and celebrate their birthdays. Fulgence Simpri, exceptional technical expertise and unwavering dedication to his work made him an invaluable asset to Crosq. His legacy will continue to inspire us as we strive to uphold the highest standards of excellence in our field. We will continue to remember you, Fulgence, fondly and acknowledge your work and the legacy you have left with Crosq and the region. Our friendship, characterized by mutual support and camaraderie, extended beyond the workplace. We frequently accompany each other on errands such as doctor's appointments, bank visits, and trips to the barber. The Fulgence and Heather relationship, while experiencing its share of challenges, remains steadfast and resilient, akin to a roller coaster ride. As a sister to a brother, you can always count on my unwavering support, whether you are facing highs or low. And we have another song which I want to share with Fulgence. unforeseen circumstances, the Council of Crosq will present the commemorative plaque to Miss Mara Abraham, his successor in the position and his friend, who has consented to graciously accept it on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson, for the touching tribute to Mr. Senpri. I now invite any council members who may wish to bring any remarks for the next 3 to 4 minutes before we break for lunch at 12:45. Okay, Bahamas, then Trinidad.
Okay. Well, there's so much that I can say. Fulgence, if he's online, I truly appreciate you, your contribution that you have truly made to the Bahamas. When we first started, you were the very first technical officer that loaned and rendered your assistance to us. Came to the Bahamas in 2013, I believe, when it was only me there working at the then just getting started Bureau of Standards. You were there for 3 days, and we together conducted our first national standardization workshops, and it was truly a success. I remember just being the only standards desk, I would call it, and you were so committed. You were so passionate, and I guess you saw my passion, my lack of full understanding of everything, but you were so patient and kind and tolerable. You know, I know you said I was very pushy, and I know I can be. You said it in a very good way, though. I actually told the stakeholders too, but that was, he was determined to be there and help us. At that event, I think we had 5 ministers present, our very first event. Very successful, and truly thanks to you and the commitment, dedication of Crosq to us in getting us rolling, the ball rolling. And and from then our relationship blossomed. You will truly be missed, and I just wanted to publicly say how much I truly appreciate you over the years, not only as a colleague, but as a friend. And so I'm wishing you all the best.
Trinidad.
Thank you, Chairman. I will just go back to the past, I suppose, because at the time that I had assumed the position of the director of the Belize Bureau of Standards, I believe we were in the midst of some regional projects, and the one that comes to mind would have been an IDB project on strengthening the competitiveness of SMEs in the CARICOM region. And I think that one of the main deliverables of the project was to introduce 33, if I'm not mistaken, regional standards. And I think it was during that time that I would have first met with Mr. Fulgence Svgbs in developing standards and first interacting with him. Fulgence would have visited Belize at the time to deliver on workshops relating to that project. But, you know, I can't add anything more to what Heather put in her speech, on her remarks, because Fulgence epitomizes what a standards professional should be, and he really carried himself with dignity, with respect, a very honorable person. And I'll end it at that.
Okay, Haiti.
Thank you. Merci. It is very a good moment for me to express my gratitude to my brother Fulgence. He was in several time in Haiti and did many sensitization. If today we have the quality infrastructure built in Haiti, I think the efforts of Fulgence was important in this sense. Quelquefois, nous qu'on parle créole. Sometimes in the meetings we speak in Creole. Every time we meet, we take the occasion to speak our Creole. He didn't speak French, but he have learned some words. It's a very a privilege for her, for us in Haiti, for me as the director of the bureau now, for Mrs. Polt. She was a director before me, and all the staff of the bureau. We want to express our gratitude to Mr. Fulgence. Merci.
Okay. Well, I will bring some remarks from St. Lucia. I first met Fulgence Senpri in 2005 as he introduced me to become part of the technical committees at the SLBS, and I have worked alongside with him for the last 19 years in that regard, doing some very interesting work, the most notable of which would be the culmination of the CARICOM Regional Energy Efficiency Building Code. Fulgence was a consummate professional. He worked dedicatedly in standards development and is the epitome of what we would like to see as standards professionals. On behalf of the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, I would like to thank him for his work to St. Lucia and the region, and we wish him all the best in his retirement. Thank you. At this juncture, if we have no other interventions, we will break for lunch and we will reconvene at 1:30. 2 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Testing for sounds. One, 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 one. Check, check. One, 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 one. Microphone check. One, one. Check. One, 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 one. One, one, one. Check, check. One, one, one. No, as in your volume, you're getting. Okay. Yeah, one. Yeah. Check, check, check. One, 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 one. Check, check, check. One, one. Hello? I believe so. Check, check. Can you hear me now? Checking for songs. One, 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 one. You loud enough in the back there? Yeah, you loud enough in the back. All right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, we good. We good. Yes. I know you calling me. I just never answer the phone.
Good, up. Good afternoon. You see me? Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Still not. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, it's not. Yeah, it's on. Good afternoon. Are we back on? We ready to reconvene? Yeah. Yeah, later. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, we understand. Yeah. Both of them doing the same. Both. Good afternoon. organized for him? You haven't organized anything for him? Not even some flowers?
No, no, this is what to do. Go to the restaurant and tell them that we want cake, right? You don't have to go yourself. Just call the restaurant, tell them that we want cake with one can that we came from to do a cake with one candle in the middle. I'm sure they could accommodate that. For this evening. No, just before we go to the mixing.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you good.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's low though.
It's just low.
It's on, but it's low.
Good afternoon.
Turn out the volume, sir. Good afternoon. No.
Good afternoon. Because those online may not be able to hear us.
Good afternoon. Bring the other one then. That one there.
Maybe the battery is gone now. Good afternoon. All right. Yeah, that one's better. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of our agenda. We are at agenda item number 7, Quality Infrastructure Pillar Reports. We will start off with the TMC report from the Technical Officer for Standards, Ms. Mara Abraham. Go ahead.
Stop sharing. Stop. Go back to here. Stop sharing.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's sharing.
Oh, it wasn't sharing.
It wasn't
Go.
sharing.
Yeah, go now. Here. Share. Presentation mode first. Presentation
Yes,
mode.
okay. No, I was just checking to make sure it was sharing.
Presentation mode. Presentation mode.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, directors. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so this is the standards development report for this period. So we will look at the current work program, standards for COTED, project updates, our regional and international development, as well as some TMC matters. Okay, on the standards development work program, Currently under development, we have 10 standards and 1 code of practice. So under development in terms of standards, we have the nutritional labeling standard, specification for rum, the code of practice for professional engineering, 2 standards for cocoa, and 6 for tourism. Currently at public inquiry
Recording
stage.
in progress.
Currently at public inquiry stage, we have the specification for compost, and it's just a note to the directors to be reminded that the deadline for comments on that particular standard is December 9th. There are 2 standards it's currently at public comments for hazardous substances. The comment period would have ended on October 6th. To date, we have only received the comments from 7 member states, well, responses from 7 member states, not necessarily comments. So I would like to encourage members to provide whatever comments they have by Monday, October 14th. On hold, in terms of development, we have the white sugar standard as well as the biodegradable standard. And we recently completed the voting for the labeling of prepackaged foods. Council is then invited to note the status of the various standards on the work plan. Standards for coated. If directors would recall, at the 44th meeting of the council, it was agreed that we would have removed the front of all the requirements that were related to the front of packaged nutritional labeling from the prepackaged food standard. The RTC would have met and did that removal, and a second round of voting would have been conducted from August 19th to the 17th. We had an extension of an additional 1 week to September 17th, with an extension to September 23rd. The results, we had 15 votes received, 14 of which were positive with 1 abstention. Therefore, we had 100% positivity rate. We had comments from 2 member states. We note that the threshold which is required to move the standard forward is 75%. At the 9th meeting of the TMC, which was held on the 24th to the 25th of September, TMC endorsed the submission of that final draft to Council for approval to be submitted to COTED. Council is therefore invited to approve the submission of the FDCRS 5 labeling of prepackaged foods specification, which is a revision, to the 59th session of the COTED. Chair.
Council members, we are invited to approve the submission for the final draft of the CARICOM Regional Standards number 5, labeling of foods, prepackaged foods, specification, revision to the 59th session of the COTED. I invite any member states who would have any comments at this stage. We recognize Trinidad.
Thank you, Chair. My question is with respect to the comments. Are we approving those comments with approving the standard with the comments all observed?
Beg your pardon?
Approving with the comments observed, because 2 member states would have submitted comments, approved with comments. So my question is, are all the comments by the 2 member states, have they been observed?
If the comments were received within the normal standard development process, they would have been dispensed of. Any comments received in the voting process are just noted for any subsequent revision.
So perhaps I would like to leave that for the closed meeting to have an understanding of how those comments were disposed of. Yeah.
as indicated, comments are not disposed of in the voting process. So the voting process is for voting. Yeah.
Sorry. The comments that were received will be looked at by the RTSC. So are you proposing that we hold off on the approval? Is that your request?
All I'm asking is, I would like to take it to the closed session. So Trinidad and Tobago will abstain from making any declarations on this proposal.
So is the request from Trinidad that the decision on this standard be moved to the closed session? Okay.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, we will move the decision on this to tomorrow's closed session. Do any other members have any other comments on this section as presented? No? St. Vincent?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just again, is it the member is expressing a reservation based on the comment? Because based on what I'm seeing here is that there's already a 75% positivity rate for the standard to move forward. So I'm not too certain if during the TMC, if the comments were disposed of, I'm not too certain if that information was communicated back to the member state. But naturally, the fitness test is that once there's a 75% approval, then the standard could move forward. Naturally, we always try to arrive at consensus, which is the best process. If the comments were not taken into consideration, then the member states presented the comments could offer reservation, and then those will be dealt with probably at the closed meeting, or even sometime they go up to quoted. So I think that has been some of the modality we have been using over the years. That is just my opinion. Thank you.
All right. As per the directives, when we reach voting stage, we do not deal with comments. There's a comment process. There's a standards development process where member states participate to produce all their comments. When we reach voting stage, any comments that come in with the votes are noted for any subsequent revisions or treatment. All right. And we can further elucidate this in the closed session so that member states properly understand the process if there is any context of updating that needs to occur. And Ms. Abraham, we could move on to the next matter.
Okay, so this morning we would have heard a presentation from our UNIDO representative. The areas related to standards development portfolio would be the development of 2 regional standards as it relates to cocoa and or coconut value chain, the development and adoption of 2 voluntary sustainability standards related to cocoa and or the coconut value chain, the development of 7 national standards development standardization plans, and the currently, work in progress would be the standards development digital platform, as well as good regulatory practices. So Council is therefore invited to note the work that we're doing in collaboration with UNIDO, and to note the additional information that was presented on the projects as it relates to its status as provided by our UNIDO representative. This morning we would have heard, sorry.
Right. Do you have any comments on that note? Okay, you may move on.
This morning we would have heard the presentations from the representative from the British Standard Institute. as would have been noted, that we have been working with them over the past few years as it relates to development of national quality policies. And we will continue to work with them during this period up to March of 2025 through an intervention with Belize, food safety initiatives, and the capacity building towards the implementation of the NQPs. Council is therefore invited to note the presentations which were made by the BNSI representative, to note the status of our continued collaboration, and to approve the proposed work plan for the continued collaboration between Crosq and the BNSI. Sorry, the BSI.
Thank you. Any comments? Noted accordingly. You can move on.
The approval, Chair. The approval, Chair.
You member states, we are asked to approve the proposed work plan for continued collaboration between Crosq and BSI, indicative of, as was presented this morning, the intervention with Belize, the food safety initiative, and the capacity building towards implementation of the NQPs. Do we have any objections? All right, move on.
Thank you. We continue our development process with the BCRC, as would have been elaborated this morning by our officer in charge. So we are developing 2 regional standards, that is DCRS, terminology and definitions for hazardous substances and products containing hazardous substances, and DCRS 81, hazardous substances or products containing hazardous substances, classification and labeling. These standards, as I indicated, are currently at public comments, with the final deadline to submit comments being October 14th. A face-to-face meeting is being planned for November 4th to the 5th in Trinidad to dispose of the comments that have been received. As indicated, to date we have received 7 responses, not all of which are comments. Some have indicated that they have no comments. The member states on that RPT, there are a few members, directors would have received an invitation to participate in that face-to-face, and to date we are still have not received any information from Jamaica, St. Kitts, St. Lucia and Trinidad. We'd like to encourage the directors who have not submitted the names of their representatives to do so as soon as possible, so we can facilitate the logistical arrangements for that meeting. And so Council is invited to note the status of the project that is being undertaken in collaboration with the BCRC, and to encourage the participation of their representatives, both physically and especially those who cannot participate physically, virtually.
All right, members, any comments on this section? We are asked to note the progress of the BCRC project and also to encourage participation in the upcoming RPT meeting, both physically and virtually. I would encourage most, if not any outstanding members, to at least submit their nominees by Monday the 14th of October. Thank you.
Okay. We would have heard the report from our Sensenelec and the ETSI representatives this morning. And so the invitation is to Council to note the presentation from these representatives and to further discuss and agree on the areas of collaboration with Sensenelec and ETSI.
Duly noted, and we are also asked to further discuss and agree on the areas of collaboration, which we will take to the closed session. Go ahead.
Okay. We also heard the presentation this morning of the Inter-American Development Bank and the collaboration that we will undertake with them. So the council is therefore invited to note the presentation from the representative and to note the status of the collaboration between Crosq and the IDB.
Member States, any comments on this section? We duly note the presentations of the IDB and the status of the collaboration between Crosq and the IDB, which will also be further discussed in the closed session.
Okay. This year, well, this October was an election year for the TMC, and at the 9th session, the 9th extraordinary meeting, which was held on the 24th to the 25th of September, the TMC members elected Member State Trinidad and Tobago in the person of Nadita Ramachala to serve as chair, and Member State St. Lucia in the person of Andre Charles to serve as vice chair. These appointments are for a period of 2 years, which is 24 to 26. Council is therefore invited to approve the appointment of Trinidad and Tobago as chair of the TMC and St. Lucia as the vice chair of TMC for the period of 2024 to 2026.
Council members, any comments on the notification of the election of Trinidad as chair of TMC and St. Lucia as vice chair for the period 2024 to 2026? Any comments or objections? If you could have an objection. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Abraham.
Okay, and then finally, we also had elections at our editorial committee. The member state Jamaica in the person of Shane Slater was elected as chair of the EC, and St. Kitts in the person of Judy Edwards to serve as the EC secretary. Those appointments are also for a period of 2 years. TMC endorsed the elections as the EC is a subcommittee of the TMC at its meeting held in September. Therefore, Council is invited to approve the appointment of Jamaica as EC Chair and St. Kitts and Nevis as EC Secretary for the period of 24 to 2026.
Council members, asked to approve the appointment of Jamaica as EC Chair and St. Kitts Nevis as EC Secretary for the period 2024 to 2026. Any comments? Okay.
Okay, well, and that concludes the report from the Standards Development Portfolio. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Abraham. While we note Ms. Abraham may not be at our closed session tomorrow, so is there any specific areas back to the first point that you may wish to discuss as a sidebar, Trinidad?
Okay.
I say we note Ms. Abraham may not be available tomorrow. Yeah, so that. Okay, at this point we invite Mr. Terry Hutchinson, who is the project coordinator for the 11th EDF project, to present.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So my presentation will be quite brief. It may look long in terms of the number of slides, but I will make it short. So the outline of my presentation, I will give an overview on this program that just completed. Why I will do so because I may have a few persons that may not be familiar with it, maybe online or in here face to face, but I know the council members know everything about this project already. So just give a little brief and then I'll go into the various areas, but I will mostly target the cross-cutting areas in terms of national dialogue value change for the last 6 months and the project administration and summary results. This is because the other technical officers will provide some information on the other areas with respect to their disciplines. So the technical barriers to trade component, part of the 11th European Development Fund Economic Partnership Agreement Program, funded by the EU and managed by the German National Metrology Institute, and jointly implemented by PTB, Crosq, and INDACAL. So general objective, we're looking to foster quality competitiveness in a nutshell, but specifically we are looking to increase the use of internationally recognized regional quality infrastructure by the regional and national quality infrastructure institutions and the private sector to reduce TBTs. I know it's a mouthful. In terms of the overview of some key data, timeline September 2019 to August 2024, a budget of 4.5 million over a 5-year period. The actual spend is approximate at this point in time because we're still doing some reconciliation and we still have to go through the audit as well. It's a 3.9 million euros out of the 4.5 million with a work efficiency of 87% and a spend efficiency of 88%. But that can change, and I think that that will go up as well because we executed about 42 activities within the last 6 months or so. So it was very intensive. Just for information here again, we have 3 key results to meet the objectives. We'll be looking to close the quality related gaps in key sectors. Result 2, the definition of relevance and application of quality infrastructure has been promoted key stakeholders throughout CARI Forum. And then we're looking to strengthen the regional frameworks across the QI pillars. This was extensively discussed over the last day or so and before, and it has no relevance to the last 6 months because that was completed some time ago. In terms of the calibration labs, we are at the point of getting the final lab accredited. Caribbean reference labs here again, we had all 3 accredited. You would note that I am just going through the results themselves where we are at the end of the project and not going through the details themselves. The regional certification scheme, it got off to a slow start, but then there was some intensive discussion and thrust to push that forward. So a lot happened over the last 6 months, and that was completed along with all the companies, well, most of the companies being certified to their respective standards. And Stephen will speak a little bit on that. No need to really talk about the accreditation of the cabs because this was completed some time ago. But as I said, it's here for information to have all the EDF activities in one presentation. So if it's shared, you have the information in one area rather than the different pieces of the technical officers. Training courses as well. These 5 courses were completed and implemented, and it was a resounding success. Along with the national quality awards that these were done over the last few years. I think it was one member state that actually completed 2 within the life of the project. We didn't complete everything, and this will also be mentioned maybe in a little bit more detail in our subsequent presentation. Media training, all of this was completed during the life of the project. And this one here, the national dialogues, this one was under my portfolio where we had several action plans developed and we were able to implement a few of the activities from the action plan. I must say though, there was a lot of actions coming out of those action plans, which mean that the dialogue itself was very successful and the member states are actually implementing as we speak as well. I know Suriname is also still continuing their implementation, and we had a really good session up there with them where they penetrated the interior and had some training done there in food safety, and the tour guides were trained in the city. We also had training on the tourism standard and food safety as well. So, I mean, there was a lot happening over the last few months, and we were quite busy. But we had some QMS training itself now, specific general QMS training, I should say, in several member states as well. That came out of the national dialogues. But there are plenty of other activities that can be implemented, and we are hopeful that in the future interventions we can assist with some support to continue the implementation of these activities. The value chain, there wasn't a lot happening over the last 6 months, with the exception of Belize. They were pushing because they were still continuing with their implementation, and that was a resounding success. I would like to thank the director and staff of the Bureau of Standards in Belize for their hard work in pushing this along. They were able to complete this specific activity on the LPG value chain. All the other activities, they were completed in the other member states prior. So this one was a success as well. This particular area here where we support the regional frameworks, there's no real need to mention this. We understand that these things were completed over the last few years, along with strategic plans developed and are being implemented as well. The pillar assessment now, this was one that we were pushing to get completed. We had several dialogues with some of our partners in terms of information to get this going. We advertised twice. The first time we advertised, we just got one submission. We went back out and advertised again. We got one submission, and the first one did not resubmit. But the second one that resubmit, you know, they put a caveat in there that indicated there wasn't sufficient time either to complete this particular project. So this is something that we have to look at, and I think we have to really look at it closely to see how best we can get this implemented over the next few years. And I'm hoping we can squeeze some money from somewhere to get this done, because this is critical for us here in the region, getting this pillar assessment completed. So I'm just going into just a summary now of the achievements, where we were looking to target 4 value chain action plans to complete them. We achieved that. We also achieved completing the 8 action plans for the national dialogues. Private sector certifications, we surpassed what was required. We achieved 4 out of I think we originally started with 5, then we moved up to 6. We achieved 4, and there were supposed to be 3. That was the target. Conformity assessment, we were looking to accredit 3. At minimum, we hit all 5 that we tackled, and we also provided some support to one of the other cabs as well. That was accredited. In terms of the calibration labs, we target 2, 1 accredited so far, and I'm sure the other one will be accredited very shortly. I'm confident of that. And the quality infrastructure training courses, we initially started out with 3, but the demand pull, you know, really pushed us to prepare 5 and complete those 5 as well. And those technical support assignments in QA areas, I know we had a lot of them completed, to be honest, and I know that our technical officer responsible for metrology, he was really supporting the member states in terms of metrology, did a very, very good job. And that is related to result 1. Result 2, this is a really big number at the top in terms of the public relation activities that were completed, and publications produced. Target was 2, we completed 2, which was the opening. We started out at the beginning of the EDF, and then we completed with the final publication that you guys would have been part of, the closeout session. The newsletters, we hit 4, we targeted 3, and the new national quality awards, we were targeting 3, we hit 2, But sometimes there is a situation where you have to take a step back and build some more rapport with these stakeholders and get them a bit more motivated as well. And I think that the QMS training that we did in the member states actually stimulated that need and that demand for the quality awards. So I would expect that in the very near future, this will be a resounding success as well in terms of the quality awards being completed. In terms of the existing quality awards, we targeted 3 and we hit 4. So we actually did 1 more. And the media personnel train across the 16 CARIFORM states, we've completed all of them. I'm not going to go through all the fine details here, but very notable here, we've seen that we basically on target for all that we set out to do, with the exception of the pillar assessment that I explained previously. And this wasn't without any kind of challenges. We did have challenges, and we all had challenges with COVID-19 where we had to reprogram and move again to try to get the program implemented. And I would like to commend the bureaus and the directors and their staff for the hard work that they have done in trying to accommodate and push this with us as a team. So this is the end of my presentation, so I will ask the council to note the results of the 11th EDF EPA program as it relates to the completion, and also note that the progress and results supported by the TBT Phase 3, I'm calling the official name, project programming to facilitate the implementation from Q4, and being, I won't say optimistic, I think it's realistic that we can start in Q4 2024 for that Phase 3.
Thanks, Mr. Hutchinson. Council members, we are asked to note the results of the 11th EDF project. Any comments from member states? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
Sure.
All right. Trinidad?
Time we're going.
No, just to comment that as it relates to the Carls, we've invested significantly both at the regional and the national level for the development of the Carls. And to date, we have only received, and I say Trinidad and Tobago has only received 3 requests for the calibration in the magnitudes that we have developed. I think we have invested both nationally and regionally just under, on the aggregate, just under $3 million TT dollars. So the question is, how do we build more momentum for the calibration of equipment along the magnitudes to serve the purpose of the Carls? So I think we really need to think about that in terms of the return on that investment. And I know the challenges that we have with respect to the movement of equipment, what have you. That's another question. That's another challenge. So I think we need to reflect, well, we've done all of this work, and we can pat our backs for the success of having our crowds established and CMCs. The question is, how do we develop more momentum?
Well, it's a good thing that the incoming CEO has some experience in the marketing of quality infrastructure interventions, and I would suggest that more structured initiative between the technical officer for accreditation, the technical officer for metrology, and the technical officer for quality promotions, along with the CEO, and work along with TTBS to see the marketing and promotion of the services of the CAL to be proper. Probably you've now developed the technical competence. Now you probably need to focus on the marketing strategy for its uptake.
Thanks, Chairman. We need to grease the wheels, Chairman. Plain and simple. Greasing the wheels.
All right. At this point, we have a presentation from a gentleman who is celebrating today. So, I think he will tell us in Roman numerals what number it is, but we'd like to invite Mr. Nicole Bess and also wish him a happy birthday as he presents on metrology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the birthday wishes and stuff. I just know that I'm less than 45, so that's okay. I won't give the exact number, but yeah. So this afternoon, it's my distinct pleasure to present to you the Metrology Performance and Development Report. I think there are a few of y'all who do not know me and maybe do not know what metrology is, but just to mention for the persons in the room, metrology is a science of measurement. So I'll get right into the presentation. Today, I would look at the CARIMET operational plan. As mentioned previously, CARIMET, for those of you who don't know, CARIMET is our Crosq regional committee for metrology, which I'm the technical secretary of. We also have the 11 EDF, which my colleague Terry mentioned. I will just speak a bit about the activities there, networking and relationship development, other projects, present and future, and technical assistance to member states. So this is just an abridged version of the presentation I would have sent out, the report I would have sent out. So we have 5 strategic themes under our strategic plan. In terms of the operational plan for 2024, in terms of governance and operations within CARIMET, we are basically at 70% complete. At the last council meeting, the 44th meeting, we had the technical framework approved, and it's currently being used. We also had the communication plan activities. We had drafted our communication plan at the beginning of the year, and we had started those activities for this period. We have basically almost completed everything in terms of that communication plan. We just have a few pending activities for this particular, under this theme, mostly quarterly reports because, well, we haven't, for this period, the quarterly reports will be due this month, right? And then we have the CARIMET attendance report that will be done after our next meeting next week, Wednesday. So we also have the metrology strategy posters and videos. The posters were completed along with the my committee reps, but we had some challenges in terms of the videos because that's something we would have to allocate some type of financial resources to do, right? We don't have that ability to do that within the my committee currently, at least the videos that we'd want to create, right? In terms of measurement, traceability, equivalence, and recognition, we are about 80% complete with those activities. You heard about the 3 Carls, and I wish that I would have gotten the question to answer. We do have something in the pipeline. We have been discussing it in terms of reviewing the Carls, you know, the MOUs. I would speak to it later as well, because we also have pending MOUs for the additional 3 Carls developed under the 11 EDF. The issue with the Carls, well, I don't want to say it's an issue, but the challenge we have is that at the last face-to-face CARIMET meeting back in 2023, we would have recognized that there's a need to review these MOUs and to make sure they're up to date, they're relevant, and you know the things that are stated there, we are following it, we adhere to what is in there, right? In terms of the other pending activities, we have the CARLs have been developed. They have been they have received their accreditation in the, at TTBS as well as IndoCal, the extension to their scope. So we are just waiting now to draft those MOUs. So this would be the best time to really get what we want into those new MOUs and then use those now to relook the other 3 previous MOUs to see where we could make any changes. Yeah. So we also have the BIPM directors and member state reps meeting coming up. That would actually be next week, Thursday and Friday. Yeah, and we'd have sent out correspondence on this, and most of the member state reps, I believe, would have registered already. So we also have some more SIM working group meetings and also QSTF meetings to attend. So these activities would complete the activities under this particular strategic theme. So we have knowledge management and dissemination, 80% complete. All the trainings were done in temperature, dimensional, electrical, and we also had sensitization sessions. So under 4, promotion of CARIMET, 80% complete as well. This is ongoing, so we had a lot of engagement with the major NMIs, the key stakeholders, SIM, BIPM, a lot of activities, metrology for digital transformation, metrology for climate change. We attended some of those sessions as well. And under theme 5, the use of information technology, cross-cutting, we are at 90% basically. And this, basically when we have our next meeting and we disseminate the minutes and the information and we keep that communication going, we would complete this particular section of our operational plan. So just to get into the 11 EDF, as mentioned before, the 2 calibration labs, Belize and IndoCal. The pressure lab at IndoCal, that lab received its accreditation. Belize, we would have gotten the TTBS to calibrated their E2 weights for their fine mass lab. Because of that now, they were able to complete their interlab comparison in mass. And they have completed their final assessment as well by JANAC. So they are awaiting the results of that particular assessment, and hopefully it would lead to their accreditation very soon. We also have the development of 3 CARLs, which I would have mentioned before, 2 at TTBS, which would be the pressure lab and humidity, and the electrical power lab at IndoCal, which are all accredited labs. So we also have networking and relationship development activities that we would have been engaging in throughout the period. We continue to really develop key relationships with metrology organizations throughout the region and the world. We have a lot of activities that we have attended a lot of meetings at the BIPM level, the highest level in terms of metrology. There were a lot of trainings, a lot of workshops in digital transformation, climate change, all these areas where we metrologists would lend a hand and help them out in terms of their measurement needs. We also have under SIM, right, the Inter-American Metrology System. We continue to participate in a lot of their activities, their workshops, their training sessions. We have a lot of CARIMET members who attend those sessions, and I myself also attend where member states can't make it and disseminate that information. So we always keep that networking and relationship building taking place. It's an ongoing thing. We also have the INEMET, which is actually the metrology organization in Cuba. They would have reached out to Crosq, to the Secretariat, to give a presentation at the metrology symposium in December. We have accepted, and we are in conversations right now to give that presentation on the work that we do within the region, not only in metrology, but the whole QI work that we do, right? In terms of SENAM, well, you would have seen from my colleagues their presentations previously. We had a lot of work, a lot of collaboration being done with SENAM under the 11 EDF. They were responsible for really bringing a lot of our CARLs into, a lot of the activities, completing a lot of the activities, helping to build metrology within the region. And, that's something that is ongoing. They haven't only been doing that for the 11 EDF, they have been doing that before, lending that support through SIM. So that was very good during that period of the EDF. It was enhanced. In terms of PTB, we had a study tour at PTB, the Crosq Secretariat. We would have attended as well. We had a representative there, myself, and we had the representatives from the BSJ because they would have also received training in dimensional metrology in Germany at that same period at ZMK, which I have at the 6th point. So we had a lot of activities. A lot of these activities where we attended these workshops and trainings, it was actually funded by the 11th EDF. So we're very grateful for that, and they helped to continue in that networking and relationship development, those activities. So in terms of the other projects, I'll just touch on these two. The UNIDO ACP QI project, which was presented by our colleague from UNIDO. Basically, the activities were they are the Metrology Act modernization in the 3 member states, which is on its way. It's progressing well. The accreditation support to 2 metrology services related to the cocoa and coconut value chains. The metrology awareness raising, metrology awareness and raising awareness in terms of promotions, quality promotions. Well, those activities it's really in the realm of quality promotions, but it's metrology, so it falls under my portfolio as well. Currently, we are working with the member states and the QI expert. We are looking at the metrology acts. As my colleague mentioned, we would have already looked at the inception report. We'd have sent out a rapid diagnostic tool. This tool really looks at a couple of pillars, the institutional framework, the technical competence and all these things that reside within the NMIs. So at this point, the some TRRs have been drafted and reviewed, and we are currently working to complete those very soon, as presented by my colleague from UNIDO. In terms of the post-Cotonou, well, TBT Phase 3, Crosq would be leading in terms of 4 activities: the Metrology Act modernization in 5 member states, the Carl School development, which would also help to kind of sensitize persons about the Carls, right? Because these Caribbean these labs, these reference labs, are really important to us. We spend a lot of money into it. We invested a lot. So, this is an opportunity to really help get the Carls, let people know what is happening at the Carls, and to kind of uptake the service. So there's also the maintenance of the Carls as well. So we kind of built it into there too. We have a lot of focus on the Carls. I think maybe if you had asked before, I would have been able to explain all this, but it's here. So no problem, no problem. And also we have an activity related to digital transformation, because that's building on the activities we'd have had during the 11th EDF, where we'd have noticed a great need for digital transformation and metrology within our region. So with that being said, I would come to the last point, which is the technical assistance to member states. Now, we have a number of activities that Crosq would have been involved in, the Secretariat would have been involved in throughout numerous member states. These are just some of the notable ones. I'm not saying the others aren't notable, but these are just some of the major ones. Just to mention, in Barbados, the planning and development of new metrology areas. This is related to both, yes, at the BNSI and the DCCA, in both industrial and legal metrology. We also looked at the metrology bill and metrology regulations, right? At this point, we're just finalizing the bill, yes? So we're in the final stages of that, and the next step is to deal with the regulations accompanying that bill. In terms of Belize, you would have seen some of these activities before. The MAS ILC, MAS lab for the MAS lab accreditation. We would have helped them develop the protocol, going through the steps necessary to ensure that they have everything in place to participate in that interlab comparison, because that was very important for them to get their accreditation. And also guidance in terms of when they got that final assessment, how they could close some of these findings. There was also the technical review, because they would have had a lot of other projects, mini projects happening in terms of ISO IEC 17025, training in that area, training consultancy there. We would have helped out in terms of that, in terms of the review of the technical reports and documents, and also the temperature lab setup and training. This was something that was done recently. It was not planned from before, but when we got the okay from through the funding through the 11 EDF, we took advantage of it, and Guyana also helped out in terms of sending one of their experts to Belize as well to help facilitate this training. So that was really good. We have Guyana in terms of the support for the training for in electricity meters. Also, we recently we drafted a proposal to SIM to receive funding for training of the verification of blood pressure measuring devices, because this is an area that a lot of the member states would like to get into, and it's very important in terms of metrology in health. So we also have Jamaica. We would have supported the guidance and for everything. We have set up everything. We have supported them and provided guidance and ensured that the regional mass comparison that we started back in 2023, I think, was completed. We started planning it back then. It's completed now. We're just awaiting Jamaica's report to complete this ILC. Just to note, the other two, St. Kitts and Nevis, there was a request in terms of a training attachment that was completed. This was done in Guyana, and there was also another training done at NIST. They also requested some assistance in terms of developing specifications for a concrete testing laboratory. I don't know if you all would have recalled back in 2021, we'd have started a similar project under the CDB project, and we'd have developed the labs at BNSI. So it's something similar to that they would want to put in place in terms of getting that equipment and the training and building that capacity in that area. Yes, so last but not least, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I was here a few months ago, and I was able to help the guys in the lab in terms of developing their metrology strategy. We were able to visit their stakeholders, so we had a lot of one-on-ones with their stakeholders. We were able to really, inform them about metrology, sensitize them, answer their questions right there and then, take a look at their equipment, see where their needs are, what their needs are, where they need to be, what they want in terms of metrology. It was a really enriching experience for both persons, the bureau itself as well as the clients. And I believe that coming out of that, we decided that we've heard what the stakeholders need, what their needs are, and we need to really develop a strategic plan to address these needs. Right, so I'm working with the guys now. We recently had a meeting and we went through the whole strategic planning process, and they have been very helpful. The guys, they know their stuff in terms of metrology. It's just about putting it onto pen to paper and getting that strategy in place. And basically that's it in a nutshell in terms of the development of metrology within the last 6 months. So, thank you. Any questions or
member states? Any questions to Mr. Best? One question: the Carl School, when and how is that envisaged?
Well, we haven't. I don't think we had put a date there just yet, but it would be within probably the first 2 years of the project, once it has started. In terms of the location itself, we were thinking it's obviously going to be one of the English-speaking Carls, either in Trinidad or in Jamaica, the Carl School, because it's based on the Carl quantities.
What is the duration or the duration of the course?
Okay, so we intend to have 2 weeks, right? But 1 week would be online. And 1 week would be in person at the Carl itself, because you need to have that practical component when you're dealing with metrology.
Okay.
Yeah. So the online, that opportunity would be open to all, but the practical one, that would be probably 1 representative from each member state, based on the budget that we would have put forward. This is for during the TBT phase 3, the post-Cotonou project, once that starts.
All right. Haiti?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Mr. Best for the presentation and congratulate him and again say you a happy birthday, joyeux
Thank you.
anniversaire. I think Crosq must start thinking in terms of assistance to members as the Biden program was not without consequence for our bureau. Our well-trained technician for metrology is now in Canada, and I don't have in my mind that he will come back as he has residence and he go with his family. Even he can want to come back, but when you have your wife, your children in small age, it is difficult for you as you know, to come back and leave the family in Canada. So it will be urgent for the laboratory to train all the technicians to do the job. If I receive a request now, I don't have a technician to go to calibrate a balance or the equipment for the private sector. So it is a critical situation for us as we had we usually give this service, meteorology service, to our stakeholders, and we have to maintain this service. And the only manner we can, it is to have the support assistance from Crosq. You have to start thinking how. I don't know, but it should be a good thing for us. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, A.T. I think that is one of the items that the Secretariat should note and may need to fall under the ambit of the officer tasked with resource mobilization and program development to seek some resources so that we can have a proper pipeline of metrologists. That's why I asked earlier what was the scope and scale of the school.
Yes.
I also think we need to mobilize not only in the TBT project, but to have it hard-coded so that that school is a continuous part of our quality infrastructure.
Yes, and there are also other resources that I would speak to Director Seville about as well.
Oh, you have gifts?
Pardon?
You have gifts?
Oh, no. Well, somewhat. Free gifts online. There's a lot of stuff online that you all could tap into, and I would share it with Karimet as well. Yeah, but I guess Mr. Seville is on the committee, so I would send it to everyone.
Yeah. All right. Any other contributions from member states? Jamaica?
Yes, I just want to endorse the work of being done by CARIMET and the other metrology bodies within the Caribbean. Our experience is that it takes maybe 2 to 3 years to develop a competent metrologist. And so as part of our national quality policy, we're looking at engaging the universities, the technical universities, to really partner with us to implement courses so that we can have a constant stream of metrologists. Because just like the experience just now with our member from Haiti, when you do lose a metrologist, it takes some time to get back that competence in-house, and it can really affect especially our NQI and also our ability to, to help the industry to meet trade and other requirements.
Okay, thank you, Jamaica. Any other member states? All right, if no one, no, I see no hands online. Thank you very much, Mr. Best.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
At this time, we will have a presentation from Mr. Stephen Farquharson, Technical Officer for Accreditation and Conformity Assessment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, forget what I brought there. Let me take it off without going again.
Good afternoon, all. I'll try to be prudent with time. So my presentation for the accreditation and the conformity assessment will speak to the listed 5 items: the Caribbean Corporation for Accreditation, CCA, the EDF assignments and activities as was issued before, the other projects that we are participating in, the Technical Barriers of Trade Information and Inquiry Point activities, and some other achievements achieved over the period of time. So just quickly, the operational plan based on the strategic plan for the Caribbean Corporation for Accreditation, we would have been working through that and are achieving most of the goals as you see here. We have just 3 areas that are lagging behind, but certainly we are ahead of the curve for the 2025 goal. Now, we are still facilitating activities across the region in various ways, and the last activity we had with respect to this was a training activity recognizing that there are several accreditation focal points in member states who are relatively new to the portfolio. We had an extensive training on accreditation principles, roles and functions, the key standards that affect accreditation, and looking at the strategic plan and how we'll move forward. And that was an excellent output. The NAFPs are now better equipped to move forward. At that same time and event, we had the CCA meeting and looked at the terms of reference, if we needed to revise it, looked at some strategic direction that we may need to look at, and we also had an election. And by popular vote, we had the chair was elected as Dr. Yvette Castell, who is from the Jamaica National Accreditation Agency, and JANAC. And we also have the vice chair, represented by Ms. Sarah Knox from the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. And so, Council, we ask you to approve the executive of the new executive as was elected at the CCA meeting. Chair.
Thank you. Council, we're invited to approve the CCA executive, the chair being JANAC, and the vice chair being TTBS. Any comments? Go ahead.
So you'd have heard the presentation from my colleague, Terry. And so I'm just going to highlight just those activities that would have been accomplished after the last council meeting. So, of course, as Terry indicated, we have achieved all the accreditation results, and 6 conformity assessment bodies were accredited. In respect to certification, we had achieved all 5 at the time of the last council meeting, but subsequent to that, we also extended the scope for St. Kitts and Nevis of the Carib Brewery, who had achieved ISO 22000, but went on to move to get the FSSC 22000, making them better equipped to export to Europe. And that was achieved in June. They received their certificate. And on top of that, we also had the Jamaica Complete Healthcare Solutions. They received their certificate in July as well for ISO 22000. So we just needed to update you on that. We also completed the feasibility study done by a consultant with respect to the regional certification mark program, and that information is now available, indicating that there is an appetite for a regional certification body and the program, but there is a lot more work that needs to go into the matriculation of that to full implementation. So that's just the beginning of it. You'll recall, members, that there are a number of training activities that took place over the period subsequent to the last report. We would have done another 4 training exercises. In these exercises, the standard was broken down in bite-sized pieces, and the SMEs and participants were better able to digest understanding the ISO requirement for certification. And we also have been doing some work with respect to the ICA, who is an SPS project, but Crosq continued to support that program, and that closeout was held in July of this year. And under that, separately, under the UNIDO program, we have been continuing that exercise. You would have heard the presentation from the UNIDO representative. My portfolio is supporting the lab policy, the accreditation of conformity assessment bodies with 6 member states being supported to get assistance, 4 for just training, and 2 for full accreditation. And then we're also in the process now of moving forward on the private sector certification program. But let's indicate at this point in time that we are still facilitating the certification of the St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards to ISO 9001. Chair, we have been participating on the matter of the Article 164 through the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, where member states were, the Crosq and CAFSA committed to support with technical assistance those countries that fall under this. And I put the here, I think the person at the back may not be able to see. We have Montserrat, Grenada, Belize, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda, and Dominica are the countries listed under the Article 164. We have started that program. We have now concluded on the TOR, and we have just indicated our commitment to facilitate and support the program with respect to what we can do through our various interventions and initiatives. So at this point in time, listed there are the business areas and the industries that will be affected. So we are supporting that, and will continue to do so. We continue to look at various activities under the TBT Phase 3 program. You'll have heard a lot about that already, so I'll not have you fatigued with, with the program, with going back through all the details again. I'm seeing this mark, I'm not sure what happened. But yeah, so we are supporting that, and through the development of the lab policies, conformity assessment, accreditation, certification, audit training, and other interventions over the period. So I'll move on to the technical information and inquiry point. There's a question, Chair? Thank you.
Yes. Before you move on, with regard to the Article 164 intervention, what exactly is the scope of that intervention, and what are the specific objectives?
Okay, so it is a recognition that there are some countries that need more help than others, and to get their build competitiveness, to enhance their trade opportunities in terms of market access, and to build out specific industries that were seen to need help. And in that intervention then, a study was done, and they recognized that there are some industries listed here, furniture, aerated waters, animal feed, flour, beverages, curry powder, pasta, beer and malta, paints and varnishes. And then in the broader sense, looking at the environment and access to funding and thing, and where it highlighted their standards and quality management, that's where Crosq and CAFSA specifically are asked to support and facilitate the industries to become more to become more competitive, and therefore be able to access additional markets. So our role then is to provide technical assistance through our initiatives. So for example, when we are doing our TBT Phase 3 post-Cotonou activities, we will indicate those as part of our support initiative to these specified countries listed there. We will also, the CDF, Caribbean Development Fund, and the CDB and the CEDA are also providing funding for activities. Now we will participate in outlining what initiatives can be done, and support it through those funding arrangements under that CEDA, CDF, and CDB program. Chair? Clear?
Not yet. Not very clear. I still am unclear as to what is the specific intervention, because
right.
Our general modality of assistance is in standards conformity assessment systems, right? So Article 164 is a market intervention mechanism.
Right.
Are we saying that the countries involved and the industries involved have specific standards and conformity assessment barriers that they need assistance with in order to achieve competitiveness?
Okay, so let me drill down a little bit more then. So matters to do with training, capacity building, matters to do with certification, matters to do with accreditation of conformity assessment bodies.
Yes.
So what we have been doing, basically, it fits right into that. So we are facilitating their conformity assessment, their market, ability to access market and to become more competitive through the work that we have done in the quality infrastructure arrangements that we currently do anyway. And then for CAFSA, they will be looking at the SPS side of things and also facilitating using the mechanisms that they normally use anyway. So it's not additional burden in terms of the scope of what we do. It is more aligned with using what we do, but in a more direct and targeted way for these specific companies and countries. So it's the same certification, capacity building, conformity assessment, standards for specific industries where there's none, and so on.
So is the quality infrastructure being cited as the barrier to entry or the inhibitor to their competitiveness?
Technically, yes. So, for example, some countries don't have accredited labs in certain, or have access to accredited labs for testing of certain products. So what Crosq's role would be specifically would not necessarily to facilitate, not necessarily enabling them to have an accredited lab in their country, which would be an infrastructural process, but to align them with access to labs and so on. So, for example, there may be a lab in Trinidad that can test for cocoa or test for curry powder, pasta, whatever, and therefore we can align them so they know where to go to get what. And those labs where the capacity exists but it's not accredited, then we will look to see under one of the projects that we have how we enable that lab to get accredited and enable that company to get certified through whatever program.
Okay.
Satisfied?
No, but we can, so to not delay the discussion, we can probably explore it a little further, because we would want to have these interventions have the maximum efficiency. Some of these industries are regulated, as I note, and that is why I was asking how a voluntary mechanism will assist the regulated industries that we have here. But it is, I'm not saying no to the intervention, it's just how, what is expected of Crosq in facilitating the intervention.
Sure, and as we speak, Chair, the program is still being built out. We just started, the committee just started, we have just reviewed the TOR, they are putting together each of the organizations involved have now indicated what we can do through a letter of commitment, where we have indicated that, for example, we can facilitate capacity building, but we don't have any money to put into it. You need to fund it. So, we are saying to CDF, for example, you need to fund some capacity building activities. You need to fund some certification activities. We, Crosq, will take the technical, provide the technical assistance in enabling and facilitating that.
Yeah, well, the issue I'm driving at, Stephen, is that we know exactly what Article 164 is there for, to enable these industries to grow. It is a specific tariff measure to give these industries time and space.
Right.
And whether certification or quality-related issues are the hindrance, is that the where we need to put in a catalyst and lower the activation energy so that it can facilitate the increased market access, increased production levels.
So there's a multiplicity of things, but each institution will do specific things.
Okay.
So Crosq will be only engaged with certain things, CAFSA will be only involved with certain things, CEDA will be doing other things in terms of awareness and promotion. CDF will be providing funding. CDB will be providing some, they call it money along with other technical assistance. So it's a complicit number of organizations together moving the region forward.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right. I'm seeing million lines in this. I'm not sure what is happening here. Okay. So moving down to the technical barriers to trade and inquiry point committee, we have completed our strategic plan, which was approved last October. We have now developed an operational plan, which was circulated to council members, and we, at the meeting of the 27th March, we had an election wherein we have elected the new executive for the committee in the representing St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards. We have German Mike as the chair, and we have the vice chair is Miss Felicia Thomas from the TTBS. So we're asking for two approvals. One for the operational plan which was circulated. I won't project it because it's an extensive document. And also for the approval of the executive for the TIE committee. Chair?
All right, members, we are asked to approve the operational plan and the executive of the TIE committee. The operational plan would have been circulated via email. Any comments? No? No objections? You may proceed.
Okay, the executive for the TIE?
Yeah, we did both.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my last slide, Chair and all, just to indicate, that we continue to provide intervention to the IAAC. We are a member of the IAAC, member of the Regional Trade Facilitation Committee, Project Steering Committee in the Regional Risk Management Project. We are a member of the Article 164 as indicated earlier, and we are participants in the observer participant in the CASCO STAR and the WTO Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade, among others, because just recently we have been participant in the CAFSA Food Safety Task Force, among other things. So, Chair, that's it from me. Thank you very much, all.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Farquharson, for your presentation. Any comments on his overall presentation from member states? No? All right, thank you. Right now we have our final two presentations, one on quality promotion from the Technical Officer for Quality Promotions, Ms. Leah Howell. I would also like to welcome Ms. Howell to Crosq because this is her maiden presentation to the council.
It's on. Thank you so much, Mr. Trejo. Trejo, did I pronounce it properly? Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leah Howell. I am the new Technical Officer of Quality Promotions. Thank you all for being here. So for those of you who are online, because I believe all of us in here should know what quality promotions are. I do everything related to marketing, communications, PR, and I have some, IT under my belt as well here at Crosq. So I have been helping throughout the time here, making sure that the entire event goes smoothly. So I'll be here talking to you about what we have achieved in the last 6 months while I was here and for the parts I was not here. So what is quality promotions? Quality promotions includes everything to do with our MIC committee. For those who do not know, the MIC committee is a committee of 16 individuals who are all responsible for marketing, communications, and so forth within the 15 member countries, including myself, who is the secretary of that technical committee. So we'll be going through all of their developments, along with the developments of the 11th EDF TBT closure program and the post-Cotonou program project as it is coming forth, quality promotions from Crosq and our special projects that we are working on and we have worked on recently, and the technological infrastructure developments that we will be doing forthcoming. So as part of our strategic plan, we have completed or we are in the midst of completing several of those key activities that we wanted to meet. So far we have already created a policy where information sharing, information and knowledge management has been concerned, and that draft has been almost completed. I believe that we are in the final stages of comments, and once that is finished, we will provide that document to council. Furthermore, where the development of our conformity assessment procedure, this is mine. Information requested. Oh, this one has not been completed, yeah. So where we have been developing our quality promotions activities to support the advancement of SMAC, as we call it, which is standards, metrology, accreditation, and conformity assessment. We have been helping with executing campaigns from several entities here. Many of these have already been completed, as you can see here. And new quality awards, national quality awards, have been designed, which I will get into further down the line here. We have established our Bitrix portal that has been completed. I believe most of us here would have used it before and continue to use it for general upkeep and communication between all of the technical committees, where we have also implemented solutions for the information deficits. Where training in that platform was needed, we have already done so, and those documents continue to be uploaded as we continue to use that as one of the main ways that we communicate and keep up to date with projects through our technical committees. Now, where my committee elections are concerned, nominations have been conducted last month. Right now, Mr. Saeed Ibrahim, sorry, my apologies, I'm still getting used to all of the countries and all of the names, but Mr. Saeed Ibrahim, who is our current MIC committee chair, he is going to be he has been nominated, and all of our nominees are the only nominees for their positions. He has been nominated as our MIC committee chair going on for another 2 years, and he will likely keep up in his position. Our MIC committee vice chair will be Miss Rhonda Tillett, my apologies. I believe she's from Belize. Our marketing and communications working group chair will be Ms. Zane Thomas from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, right here in this room behind me. I'm looking forward to working with her going forward. And our information and knowledge management subcommittee chair will be the same one as before, Mr. Marciano Busby from St. Lucia. He will be continuing in his role. As of today, since we have only one nominee for each role, I will be asking council to approve the new MIC chairs and vice chair, MIC committee and subcommittee chair and vice chairs. Thank you. You want something? I continue. Sorry, I didn't know if you needed to stop to ask you to approve, I guess, when I'm finished. As for our mic policy, we are currently at the comment stage. So once comments are completed sometime next month, we will be able to send that back for council's approval. We have an ongoing webinar series with Carrie Metz. We are also assisting with technical assistance to the TMC and the Carrie Metz committee where training in the Bitrix is concerned. We also have given some technical assistance through our last technical officer of quality promotions to TT Labs in social media marketing, which has been completed. Upcoming developments that we have with Mike, we have completed the 3 years of our Mike strategic plan this year, and we will be moving forward to create our new strategic plan for 2024. So, the Crosq Council is invited to note the progress of the Mike strategic plan and the activities to be implemented or how they have progressed. Also note that the Mike Committee has selected the new executive members for the period 2024 to 2026. Furthermore, we would like you to note that the technical assistance has been provided to the Crosq subcommittees and stakeholders.
All right. Council members, we are asked to note the progress of the Mike Committee and the strategic plan and activities to be implemented. We also asked to note the members of the new executive who have been nominated and opposed for the period 2024 to 2026, and to further note technical assistance provided to Crosq subcommittees and stakeholders. All right. So, beg your pardon? Note?
Noted.
We would also want to see an endorsement from the council sponsor for the mic in that context as well. I assume you would have received that on your way here, right? Yes. Yes, okay. All right, you may move on.
Thank you. Now regarding the National Quality Awards, and as part of the 11th EDF EPA TBT project, I know that St. Vincent and the Grenadines recently launched their National Quality Awards last year and are slated as one of the 2 countries that, as our UNIDO quality infrastructure expert would have noted, that they are one of the 2 countries that will be receiving ongoing support where their quality awards are concerned, along with Guyana. Furthermore, where the 11th EDF program's closure ceremony was concerned, it has been completed and the event has garnered much coverage throughout the media. You can see a photo of one of the press releases, one of the press releases that would have been shared with the media that was printed in the Nation newspaper here in Barbados, along with a few other Caribbean news agencies and newspapers throughout the region. Finally, we also created our final publication, which you will see more about in the next few slides. So as you all know, the 11th EDF project closure seminar was recorded and placed on social media and on our YouTube page, where you guys can continue to find it. Our publication, A Caribbean Story About Quality, was published and distributed to all members here, whether physically or online, and can be found on our website long term, so you can go and read it to see all of the wonderful things that we would have done over the time. Our event coverage included press releases and social media content, which can still be found on our website and on our social media accounts. And our promotions materials over the course of the 11th EDF EPA program counted to over 200 to make sure that people across the region knew about this wonderful project. So this is just to show you guys how many times we have had our publication downloaded. So there's a slight change that you will see when we're on our website. So what happened is that when we first uploaded the first copy, there was a slight mistake in it, but some people had already downloaded it. So what we did is replace it with the updated version, and you can see that more than 300 times it was downloaded by people from the public. The one that needed the correction is now off our website. So the Council of Crosq is invited to note the successful closure of the 11th EDF program. You're also asked to note that the publication is available for download on the Crosq website. Further, we are asking you to note that the upcoming post-Cotonou program is coming up, and we're looking forward to all of the quality promotions aspects that will be included in that program, plus inviting you all back to Barbados for the launch of that ceremony, of that program.
Council members, we are asked to note the successful closeout of the 11th EDF, the publication of which is available for download on the Crosq website, and the upcoming post-Cotonou program, along with further information which will be forthcoming. Any comments? And we also had an open invitation to return to Barbados.
Once it is scheduled for Barbados, we'll be happy to bring you back here.
All right.
Okay. So quality promotions and our special projects. As you would have heard about from our UNIDO quality infrastructure expert, we are currently working with them to support at least 2 countries from CARICOM with their national quality awards. Our consultant has already been selected, and the countries have been outlined for mentorship and support. That is ongoing, and we will also in the process be updating our national quality awards guide in that process. Quality infrastructure mainstreamed in the secondary and tertiary school education program is underway. The pilot countries, as Ms. Hilaire would have noted, are Guyana, Belize, and the Bahamas. That work is currently in process in creating the work materials and the courses for the students. And training should get underway from next week for the MIC committee members and any other NSB members of staff that will need or that will be involved in the training, as also the educational institution staff that will be involved. Also, we will be working to strengthen the MIC committees. We'll be working to strengthen the MIC committees in executing promotional campaigns, not just on social media, but with websites included as one of the touch points. Right now, we are finalizing the tour after some comments, and the final tour will be presented to the Crosq officer in charge once completed, or the Crosq CEO if she has come to the team once it has been finalized. Before it has been finalized. Now, for quality infrastructure, with quality promotions, one of the things that we do is help to develop a quality culture throughout the region and even further. So that includes increasing the level of quality consciousness in our people. We continue to do that increasingly with social media engagement, in the development of standards, and we do that also with engaging with industry partners and beneficiaries in quality systems and processes. We have been creating all types of content to keep people updated and aware, whether that is through blogs, websites, social media content, seminars, webinars, anything to do. And that has been growing steadily throughout our last 6 months, and we will be continuing to do that throughout the MIC committee. In the pictures here, you can see some of the examples of what we would have been doing and partnering with our other technical subcommittees to help provide to the general public throughout CARICOM. Okay. Where general promotions are concerned, one of the biggest things that that I am doing right now is refining the Crosq social media strategy to make sure that we're making content that is very reflective of what we do, and to make sure that we're reaching out to our target audiences in a way that is best suited for them, and to make sure that we can engage them in quality throughout all aspects of their lives. There are quality projects that we are already involved in and getting people aware of in any way, shape, or form that we can, in the ways that I would have mentioned before. And yes, we are still in the midst of planning for the post-Cotonou program project to get underway. One of the latest projects that we would have been involved in is the SEDEMA Canter project for the Bill Safe program. What we would have done is implemented a communications plan across 8 different countries, and we would have used digital media, newspapers and news channels, radio, to be able to communicate to those people, to get involved in the program and the training that will be coming on in the future. What you will see, also we would have disseminated a lot of that content through our MIC committee members that were inside of the countries that were targeted. So the countries that were targeted were Barbados, Belize, BVI, which is not a part of here, which is not a part of CARICOM, but one of the SEDEMA countries that they target, Grenada, Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and I believe St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. Here is some of the content that we would have produced throughout this time. So the 2 first ones were a press release about the launch of the webinars that we would have worked on with SEDEMA. So the webinar series would have run throughout September, once a week, every Wednesday, to talk about the building code of practice that we would have created alongside them in their project. So the first one is to announce that the webinar series was happening. And the second one was a press release that we created to really get persons to understand what it means to have a quality house and what resilient housing means for, not just for them, but for the entire country, the entire Caribbean. The third is one of our social media posts talking about some of the regional standards that we have that was posted for World Tourism Day. So the Crosq Council is invited to note the progress of the UNIDO project. We're also asked to note the progress of the Quality Promotion Strategic Plan. You're further asked to note the technical assistance provided to the SEDEMA project, and further note the ongoing refinement of the Crosq social media strategy.
All right, council members, we are asked to note the progress of the UNIDO project, the quality promotion strategic plan, the technical assistance provided by the SEDEMA project, and the ongoing work on the Crosq social media strategy. Any comments, questions? You may proceed.
And finally, where technology infrastructure developments are concerned, one of the things that we're doing is we're updating the Crosq website. So we are creating a new one that is more reflective of the direction that Crosq is going in the next few years. And we'll be developing a Crosq Instagram page. One of the things that we realize is that a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises often have social media pages as one of the main ways that they reach out to new customers. And as those are some of the people that we really want to meet, we want to meet them where they already are and really encourage them to reach out to their nearest NSB or reach out to Crosq so that we can direct them to their nearest NSB to get the support that they will need. So the council is asked to note the intention of Crosq to develop a new website, and we're also asking you to note the further development of the Crosq social media footprint.
All right, council members, we are asked to note the intent to develop a new Crosq website and the further social media footprint. Before we entertain other questions, I would have one question. When is the timeline for the completion of that website?
Right now, it is a year. A year. Yes.
Are you aware of how much resources have been approved for that?
Right now, I'm the one developing the new website.
Could you give an indication of how much it will cost to develop the website?
At this point, what we are using, we have not hired a company or any consultants to perform it. What we're doing is we are using the resources that we have within Crosq, which are me, myself, and our IT consultant, to produce this new website.
All right, council members, we will note the intention to develop a new Crosq website. I would move this request to our closed meeting for discussion, as it will require some significant resources to ensure that it is completed within the shortest possible timeline.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we can probably take a working coffee break as the resource mobilization officer sets up. We are almost at 4 p.m. and Mr. Ledger has us on a very tight schedule. So we do intend to complete this session by 4:15. Moving forward, we will take agenda item 8, member states reports as read. There was nothing noted under any other business. And so after Miss Denny's presentation, we will take any members who may wish to have any verbal reports, and we will then close. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now take the presentation from the Project Coordinator for Resource Mobilization and Program Development, Ms. Marsha Denny.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So this is a shortened presentation. In your working documents, you would have received the longer version of this report. So please look at that version, and then if you have any further comment, any questions, or need for clarification, you can always email me. So this is a much shorter presentation where we look at one of the items under program development, resource mobilization, and partnership and networking are the three main areas I'll focus on. So in terms of the CARICOM Energy Efficiency Standards and Labeling Program, this is now the sustainability of the efforts under the QSEC program. So you heard about the mentoring program. So what I will encourage you all to do is to use the services of these two labs. There's one lab in Jamaica for refrigerator and ACs, and then we have the lab in Trinidad and Tobago, which does light bulbs, LEDs, and CFLs. So we're asking you to send your equipment to these two countries for energy efficiency testing, and also encouraging other member states to indicate an interest in being a part of the program. This is about energy efficiency and reducing our energy costs for all countries, not just the pioneering countries, the piloting countries, but we're asking for other countries now to come on board. Guyana is interested, so we're encouraging the others to be interested. And as you continue to become interested and send your items, then the database will be populated. It can't be populated if there's no data, and there can't be data unless there's testing. So thank you for that. And in terms of the post-Cotonou, you're well aware of this, which is the TBT Phase 3 project. So after this, we will be calling it the TBT Phase 3 project. And then, so we're hopeful that in November we'll be able to start. And these are the main areas, you're well aware of them. So it's a continuation a lot. This is, the donor really likes this approach where you continue what you would have done under our previous program. So this is a continuation of the 11th EDF and the 10th EDF and any other activities we're doing. So you'll see some similarities between this project and what is going on with the ACP QI program and what would have done in the 11th and the 10th, because we want to build and have more and more entities certified, more and more labs accredited. So that's the whole point of this exercise. The metrology school, that's a new thing, but most of the others, the digital transformation management, we're focusing on the NMI, so that's a really good thing where we're seeking to see where we can get more automation. So for this activity, there isn't much in the budget for it, so it's more about giving you technical guidance as to what you can do, what are some of the solutions out there in terms of your digital transformation, and as we go forward, we'll try to attract funds to help further. The Caribbean Corporation Facility, you're aware of this. I will recirculate the documents because you can make submissions on a national level through your focal point in your country. And then Crosq now can make a submission through the CARIForum Secretariat. So I'll talk some more about that at the end about proposed regional project ideas. So that's the Caribbean Corporation Facility. And the 520,000 is what is earmarked for regional institutions for their projects. So they don't have a limit on the amount of money you can ask for, but 520,000 is the pool from which regional institutions across CARICOM can get projects funded. So it's like almost like first come, first serve in a sense. And for Indico Global, would have missed the first call, but we weren't ready yet because we wanted to see first what was happening on the ACP QI program. And we need to kind of look at it holistically to see where we're going overall in terms of our digital transformation strategy. So right now we have the standards platform on the ACP QI program. So we need to, we're looking at digital transformation under the TBT Phase 3. So we need to maybe look at the big picture as to what we're doing as a region and at a national level too. So what we could do is look at the next call, which should be in January. Look at what we would submit for the next call for Indico Global to get, and the maximum for that is 50,000 euros. They do the procurement and all of that. We just indicate what our project is. Standards Alliance is another opportunity which is coming up. This is ANSI and USAID. They're still working on the framework for Phase 3, but it's really a lot about capacity building, helping you with developmental standards. So I know that TMC needs some help with their biodegradable standards, and maybe that could be what we would submit to them for funding, Standards Alliance. So basically, what would have identified so far with this list is a number of ideas which have come to the fore so far. So what the plan is to do is to add more ideas to this list and then send it to you for you to select which ones we should submit to Standards Alliance, to Inteco Global, and to Caribbean Cooperation Facility to see which for funding. So that's the idea. But these are some of the ideas so far. So the last one, the Regional Digital Transformation Strategy NQI, that would be for Indico Global, for example, based on their area of focus. And for CCF, any of the others could be for Caribbean Cooperation Facility or for the Standards Alliance program. And then Mr. Jackman yesterday mentioned that EU Digital Alliance for 5 million. So there's also another opportunity for us as it relates to the digital space. And in terms of strategic partnerships, you would have heard of from BSI, the IDB, Caribbean Export, and CDMO. So we will just continue to work with these institutions as we seek to ensure that we are fulfilling our mandate and broadening our reach in terms of these partnerships and the initiatives. So, of course, BSI, the IDB one, I will ask the council, maybe in their meeting tomorrow or soon after, to identify specifically what's the scope of the intervention that you would like from IDB as it relates to good regulatory practices. We haven't yet narrowed down as exactly what we want in a very specific way. Capacity building, yes, but we need to be more specific as to what we really want from that particular relationship with the IDB. And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Denny. Any interventions from council members? No? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Denny. At this point, we are at agenda item 8, member states reports. We will take all the member states reports as read. Any member state with outstanding reports may submit them to the Secretariat, and the member states will have an opportunity to expound on any member states reports tomorrow in the closed session.
Okay.
We have nothing noted under any other business on our agenda. So we will move to agenda item 10, which is a close. I would like to thank everyone for their attendance. We would like to thank especially our hosts, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Bureau of Standards.
She likes it.
Right.
She likes it.
And I would also like to thank council members who have ably assisted in the preparation of this 45th meeting. We'd also like to welcome and note the attendance of the new CEO for Crosq, the new CEO for the Guyana Bureau of Standards, and to persons who are online tomorrow. St. Vincent and the Grenadines will take over as chair of Crosq, and so we would like to welcome Mr. Edra Ledger as the new chair of Crosq. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Good evening. Mr. Ledger, can you give us the announcements for the rest of today? Yes. We have new active people. Yeah. So we'd also like to recognize any new persons to our meeting, such as the Guyana, Dominica, who else? Montserrat. Welcome to the Crosq family. Mr. Ledger.
Thank you, Chair. I forgot to mention that new members normally have to pay for the drinks. Eh? Yes, thank you very much. And I had several, just informal discussion with our chair about, timelines, because, sometimes we enjoy each other's company so much that we prolong, and we always have additional questions, addendum to our questions. But nonetheless, I'm very grateful for the way in which you conducted, today's proceeding, and I wish you all the best. So we're here. We had scheduled to finish at 5. So we have what you call a mix and mingle for the, I know after working hard, we must have a little leisure. So so we the Bureau Standards, we have planned mix and mingle for, you know, those who are participating in these sessions. The mingle will be just across just across the sea. I can't see the road. It's on Young Island. The jetty for that particular facility has been destroyed by Beryl. It means therefore that, you know, we might have to swim across. But there's a small jetty close by at a restaurant called Mangoes. So it's just really a 5 minutes walk from here. So we'll basically just walk across. We can either walk on the road or we can walk on the beach. But I will advise that we just, you know, we can walk on the road. Yeah, it's just across there, right? So we can do that. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, so we can start going there from 5. It's a short road. This is just a pair long, but it's not a long. The folks from Sen walk it every day. Right. So the boat that takes us across probably not be able to take everybody at the same time. So there'll be several trips going across. So the cocktail is actually no, the mix and mingle is not a cocktail. Yeah, it should be 5:30 to 7:30, but because of the transportation, we start at 6 to 8, and that's basically, well, it's my announcement. So I don't know, Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, sorry, it would be remiss of me not to song my voice as well. And oftentimes when you're chairing a meeting, you don't get to thank yourself. But certainly I do also want to extend a hearty round of applause for Mr. Vern Emmanuel in the way in which he conducted the meeting. And now that we're looking at our incoming chair, I would also like to welcome Ezra to this particular seat after tomorrow's discussions as the new chair of Crosq. Round of applause for Ezra as well. Oftentimes when I'm having quality infrastructure discussions with my board of directors, I get full and complete support and buy-in. And that today certainly has been demonstrated by the presence of my chairman, Mr. Ryan Brathwaite, who sat because I could not sit in 2 seats. And he volunteered not just of his time, but certainly his contributions to the entire workshop and council meetings. And formally, I do want to sincerely thank you, sir, for your presence. I hope we haven't bored you to death with our QI, but Mr. Brathwaite is no stranger to quality infrastructure, and we have many strategic conversations. And I was glad that he was able to participate at the regional level and really take part in the discussions of Crosq. And lastly, and I don't always like to have the last say, but there was a member who was hiding, who is new at the table relatively, and none other than Antigua and Barbuda. So when we mentioned the new members, I saw her wiping her brow as though to say, I escaped, but you have not escaped. And, as a manager, you tend to look around the room and notice when, so we do welcome you and acknowledge you as well. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I think I need to just give some information about tomorrow. Yeah. Yes, right. So we will provide transportation because tomorrow's closed meeting will be at the St. Vincent and Grenadines Bureau Stand at Camden Park, just about 25 minutes from here, once there's no traffic. So we will arrange, so in the director's chat, we'll just put the timeline for pickup for the various hotels. Okay, we'll provide that very soon. Once we coordinate, we have to just find out from the transportation company their timeline, how much would it take them to take us from this point A to point B. So obviously we will get that information. to you very soon. All right? Sorry.
Sorry, what's the dress code for the mix and mingle this evening? Short pants or?
Yeah, so we really wanted to go in beach wear, but no. We have to, you see, that's part of standardizing the process. But in that endeavor, what we had to do is, because we did not get the original desire was to have everybody at Beachcomber, it was being unfair for some of us to change and those who are not from this hotel, to remain in formal clothes. So we just leave it as, what do you call it, Mrs. Bullock? It's just casual, business casual. So we can just drop our jacket, lose our ties, roll up our pants, feet, and and move on. So, yeah, so basically just business casual, okay? Right, so if I may use this opportunity as well, Chair, I know tomorrow I will not be able to, my local stakeholders will not be present, but I must really thank them for their sustained patience during this portion. It is the same persons with whom I have to put on my committees. I have to always engage. We're not a very large country in terms of population. So these stakeholders have always been with me in during the thick and the thin. So I want to thank you very much for your presence with us. And I hope and trust that now that somebody else has preached, the same message, that probably you'd have been a little more convinced than when I preached it. It's okay? So thank you very much. Yeah, all right. It's okay.
And good afternoon, or good evening. For my colleagues and the other persons that joined us for this meeting that will be departing tomorrow, your pickup time from the hotels will be 7 a.m. to get to the airport.
So those leaving tomorrow, 7 a.m. collect time from here.
We got some at the other one.
What time is the other one then?
All to 7. They're 5 minutes apart. Paradise.
7:05.
I don't want them leaving anything behind.